The neighbors thought the smell was a broken sewer pipe. 23 women knew it was something far worse. When police asked why he kept coming back to the same hunting ground, he answered, "Because no one ever noticed when they disappeared." Welcome to True Crime Headquarters, where every story runs darker. Tonight, we dive into 4 true crimes, each more gripping than the last. If you enjoy them, a like, comment, or subscribe helps keep the truth alive. Have you subscribed yet? I'll wait. Perfect. Thank you. Now, this is the story of the smiling predator, Juan Carlos Villa. Juan Carlos Villa understood something most people refuse to accept, that in every city, there are those society has already forgotten while they're still breathing. He built his entire killing career on that dark truth, selecting victims from the margins, women whose absences created barely a ripple in the world around them. For over 2 decades, he moved through Bogotá like a shadow with teeth, perfecting the art of making human beings vanish so completely that even their own families began to doubt their memories. This isn't just the story of a serial killer. It's the story of how many times evil knocked on society's door before anyone finally answered, and what investigators found when they started counting the bodies buried beneath ordinary suburban soil. Now close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let's begin. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and leave a comment. Thank you. The stench hit the construction workers first. A thick, putrid wave that seemed to rise from the earth itself like something long buried demanding to be found. It was March 2024 in Bogotá, Colombia, and what should have been a routine excavation in the San Cristobal neighborhood became something else entirely. The ground gave way beneath their shovels, revealing not rock or clay, but human remains wrapped in plastic sheeting, decomposed beyond recognition, buried shallow enough that the rain had begun to expose what someone desperately wanted to stay hidden. When the police arrived, they cordoned off the modest house with its chipping yellow paint and overgrown weeds strangling the fence line. The property belonged to Juan Carlos Villa, a man neighbors described with unsettling consistency. Polite, quiet, always smiling. He kept to himself mostly, though he'd occasionally strike up conversations about the weather or local football matches. Nothing remarkable, nothing suspicious, just another middle-aged man living an unremarkable life in an unremarkable house on an unremarkable street. But beneath that mundane surface, beneath the floorboards and the carefully tended garden soil, lay a truth so grotesque it would haunt seasoned investigators for years to come. As forensic teams began their meticulous excavation, they unearthed not one body, but multiple remains, fragmented, decomposed, some reduced to little more than bone fragments and scraps of clothing that had somehow survived the Earth's slow consumption. The backyard became an archaeological dig of horror, each layer of soil revealing another victim, another life extinguished and discarded like trash. Juan Carlos Villa had vanished. The moment authorities began connecting him to the property, he disappeared into Colombia's vast urban landscape like smoke dissolving into air. But his absence only made investigators more determined to understand who he was and what he'd done. They began pulling at threads, and with each tug, the tapestry of his life unraveled to reveal something monstrous. Villa was born in 1965 in a working-class neighborhood of Bogotá, the middle child in a family that struggled with poverty and dysfunction. His childhood was marked by violence. His father was an alcoholic with fists that spoke louder than words, and his mother was emotionally distant, overwhelmed by the burden of raising children she could barely feed. Juan Carlos learned early that the world was a cruel place where the strong devoured the weak, where affection was transactional, and where trust was a luxury no one could afford. He was an intelligent child, though his intelligence manifested in disturbing ways. Teachers noted his ability to manipulate other students, to lie with a straight face, to charm his way out of punishment while orchestrating cruelty behind closed doors. He tortured neighborhood animals, cats mostly, strays that no one would miss, conducting what he called experiments in abandoned lots and construction sites. These weren't impulsive acts of childhood aggression. They were methodical, almost scientific in their brutality, as if he were studying pain itself, cataloging the boundaries between life and death. By his teenage years, Villa had developed a facade of normalcy that would serve him for decades. He worked odd jobs, construction, delivery driving, janitorial work, positions that kept him invisible, that allowed him to move through society without drawing attention. He married young, a brief union that ended when his wife fled after discovering his collection of violent pornography and disturbing drawings depicting torture and murder. She never reported him, too terrified of what he might do if she spoke up. That marriage produced no children, and Villa seemed content to let it fade into his past like it had never happened. What investigators discovered through interviews with his ex-wife and former co-workers painted a chilling portrait of compartmentalization. Villa could be charming when needed, switching on warmth and humor like a light bulb, making people feel seen and valued. But those who spent extended time with him noticed something off, something they couldn't quite articulate. A coldness behind his eyes, a disconnect between his words and his effect, as if he were performing humanity rather than living it. Throughout the 1990s and early 2000s, Villa moved frequently within Bogotá, never staying in one neighborhood long enough to establish roots or attract scrutiny. He cycled through relationships with women he met at bars, bus stops, or through personal ads in newspapers. These relationships followed a pattern: intense initial pursuit, rapid escalation to cohabitation, then sudden disappearance, both his and theirs. Several women who dated Villa during this period and survived later told police about his disturbing sexual preferences, his obsession with control, and the way he described violent fantasies with an enthusiasm that felt too genuine to be mere role-playing. But the missing women, those who didn't survive, left barely a trace. Villa selected victims with deliberate precision. Women from marginalized communities, sex workers, migrants without family connections in Bogotá, drug addicts whom society had already written off. These were people whose disappearances wouldn't trigger immediate police investigations, whose absence wouldn't make headlines, who could vanish and leave behind nothing but unanswered questions and cold case files gathering dust in police archives. The house in San Cristobal became his hunting ground's final destination. He'd purchased it in 2010 using cash from inheritance money after his mother's death, a transaction designed to avoid paper trails and scrutiny. The property was perfect for his purposes. Isolated enough for privacy, common enough to avoid attention, with a backyard large enough to accommodate his needs. Neighbors rarely saw visitors coming or going, and when they did notice a new woman with Villa, she'd be gone within days or weeks, explained away with vague comments about relationships not working out or people moving to other cities. Inside the house, forensic investigators found what can only be described as a museum of murder. Villa had kept trophies, jewelry, identification cards, articles of clothing, organized in plastic storage containers with handwritten labels indicating dates and what appeared to be coded descriptions. He'd photographed his victims, documenting their final moments with a detachment that suggested scientific curiosity rather than sexual gratification. These weren't images taken in the heat of passion or rage. They were methodical records, cataloging each killing like a researcher might document laboratory experiments. The basement revealed his methodology. Soundproofed walls, drainage systems installed to manage blood and bodily fluids, restraints mounted to concrete supports, and an array of tools organized with surgical precision. This wasn't a space created for spontaneous violence. It was purpose-built for prolonged torture, designed by someone who'd spent considerable time planning how to extract maximum suffering while maintaining control and minimizing risk of discovery. Investigators began the grim task of identifying victims from the remains found on the property. Forensic anthropologists worked to extract DNA, to reconstruct identifying features from bone fragments and dental records. The process was agonizing and slow, complicated by decomposition and Villa's apparent attempts to destroy evidence through dismemberment and chemical treatment of remains. But gradually, names emerged from the nameless dead. Maria Elena Cortez, age 28, sex worker, last seen in 2015 getting into a blue sedan matching Villa's vehicle. Rosa Jimenez, age 34, Venezuelan migrant working cleaning houses, reported missing by her employer in 2017. Catalina Mendoza, age 22, struggling with heroin addiction, disappeared from her usual street corner in 2019. Each identification brought grief to families who'd spent years oscillating between hope and despair, who'd filed missing person reports that led nowhere, who'd been told by police that their loved ones had probably just moved on, started new lives elsewhere, that adult women had the right to disappear if they wanted to. The timeline of killings suggested escalation. Early victims showed signs of strangulation, relatively quick deaths, though still violent and terrifying. Later victims bore evidence of prolonged torture, broken bones that had begun healing before death, burn patterns suggesting repeated sessions of abuse, signs of starvation and dehydration. Villa was refining his technique, learning to extend suffering, to keep victims alive longer so he could savor their deterioration. He was evolving, becoming more efficient at his craft, more confident in his ability to avoid detection. But escalation brings risk, and Villa's confidence bred carelessness. He'd grown so comfortable in his routines that he stopped adapting to changing circumstances. Security cameras became ubiquitous throughout Bogota, capturing angles of streets and businesses that hadn't existed during his early killings. Digital records of transactions, social media check-ins, cell phone location data, all created trails that older investigators hadn't had access to but that modern police could follow backward through time. The construction project that exposed his burial ground was pure chance, a development Villa couldn't have anticipated when he'd purchased the property 14 years earlier. The city's expansion, the push to renovate declining neighborhoods, the simple bad luck of having his property adjacent to a planned commercial development. These factors converged to crack open his carefully constructed world and expose the rot festering within. As investigators processed the crime scene, they found evidence suggesting Villa had sensed the walls closing in. Recent purchases included camping equipment, prepaid cell phones, and large quantities of non-perishable food, hallmarks of someone planning to disappear. He'd begun liquidating assets, selling furniture and electronics through online marketplaces, converting everything to untraceable cash. The discovery of bodies accelerated his timeline, forcing him to flee before he'd fully prepared, leaving behind evidence he'd intended to destroy. The manhunt began in earnest, with Villa's photograph distributed across Colombia and neighboring countries. But finding someone who'd spent decades perfecting the art of invisibility, who understood how to move through society without leaving traces, who'd studied evasion and misdirection as carefully as he'd studied murder, that would prove more challenging than anyone initially imagined. Villa was out there somewhere, carrying with him the memories of untold victims, secrets buried deeper than bodies in a backyard, knowledge of how many lives he'd extinguished and how many families he'd destroyed. And the terrifying truth that haunted investigators through sleepless nights was this: stopping him from killing again meant finding him before he found his next victim. Because men like Juan Carlos Villa don't stop hunting. They can't. The need is woven too deeply into who they are, inseparable from their sense of self, as essential to their existence as breathing. He would kill again. It was only a matter of when, where, and who would have the misfortune of catching his attention and returning his charming, practiced smile. Understanding Juan Carlos Villa required investigators to dive into the dark psychology of serial predation, to map the landscape of a mind where empathy had never taken root and where other human beings existed only as objects to be used and discarded. Forensic psychologists brought in to profile Villa painted a portrait of a man who embodied the clinical definition of psychopathy with textbook precision: superficial charm, grandiose sense of self-worth, pathological lying, manipulativeness, lack of remorse, shallow emotional responses, callousness, and a parasitic lifestyle. But beyond the checklist lay something more disturbing: intelligence applied exclusively toward destruction, creativity channeled entirely into causing suffering. The photographs Villa kept weren't merely trophies. They were a curriculum vitae of horror, a professional portfolio showcasing his evolution as a killer. Early images showed hesitation, mistakes, victims still partially clothed, scenes suggesting rushed work, faces captured at angles suggesting Villa hadn't yet mastered the technical aspects of documentation. But later photographs demonstrated mastery. Perfect lighting, composed framing, victims positioned to display Villa's handiwork with an artist's attention to detail. He'd become proficient at his craft, and the progression visible in those images revealed someone who viewed killing not as a compulsion to be resisted, but as a skill to be perfected. Detectives interviewed hundreds of people who'd crossed paths with Villa throughout his life, searching for patterns, for warning signs that had been missed, for moments when intervention might have changed the trajectory of his evolution from damaged child to prolific killer. What emerged was a complex picture of someone who existed in multiple worlds simultaneously, maintaining separate identities that never contaminated each other. To his employers, Villa was reliable if unremarkable. A worker who showed up on time, completed tasks adequately, never caused drama or drew attention. Performance reviews described him as satisfactory and dependable, the kind of employee who blended into the organizational background, who could be counted on for competent mediocrity but would never rise to positions of significant responsibility. He called in sick infrequently, rarely took vacations, and when he did request time off, it correlated with periods when women in Bogota disappeared, a pattern only visible in retrospect, when investigators had the luxury of looking backward with full knowledge of what they were searching for. To casual acquaintances, the people at his corner store, the mechanic who serviced his car, the server at his favorite cheap restaurant, Villa was forgettable. They'd served him dozens, maybe hundreds of times, but struggled to recall anything distinctive about him when police came asking questions. He was just another face, another customer, another human being moving through the world, leaving no impression deeper than a footprint in dust, easily erased by the next breeze. But to women he targeted, Villa became whatever they needed him to be. He studied them the way a predator studies prey, identifying vulnerabilities and exploiting them with surgical precision. Lonely women received attention and validation, made to feel seen and desired perhaps for the first time in years. Women struggling financially found in Villa a generous benefactor, someone willing to help with rent or groceries without apparent expectation of repayment. Addicts discovered a reliable source of drugs or alcohol, someone who enabled their habits while positioning himself as non-judgmental and understanding. One survivor, a woman who escaped Villa's house after he passed out drunk before he could kill her, described the experience of being targeted with bone-chilling clarity. "He made me feel like I mattered," she told investigators through tears. "Like someone finally saw me as a person instead of just a prostitute or a junkie or whatever label people wanted to put on me." He asked about my dreams, my childhood, what music I liked. He seemed genuinely interested, and that's what made it so easy to go with him, to trust him, to walk into his house even though some small voice in my head was screaming that something was wrong. That woman, identified only as Patricia in police reports to protect her identity, provided crucial insights into Villa's methodology. He'd picked her up outside a bus station, struck up a conversation about the book she was reading, offered to buy her coffee. They'd talked for hours, with Villa performing interest so convincingly that Patricia felt a genuine connection forming. When he invited her to his house for dinner, she'd hesitated only briefly before accepting, her need for human connection overriding her instincts for self-preservation. The evening had proceeded normally at first. Dinner, conversation, more coffee laced with sedatives that Patricia didn't detect until her vision began blurring and her limbs grew heavy. She remembered Villa's face changing as the drugs took effect, the practiced warmth draining away to reveal something cold and reptilian underneath. She remembered him saying, almost conversationally, "You really should have listened to that voice in your head," before she lost consciousness completely. Patricia woke hours later still alive only because Villa had miscalculated the drug dosage for her body weight and tolerance. She was a long-time substance user, her system more resistant to sedatives than Villa had anticipated. She'd found him passed out drunk on the couch, the bottle of a Guardian nearly empty beside him. Fighting through the lingering effects of the drugs, she'd stumbled out of the house and flagged down a taxi, fleeing to a friend's apartment where she hid for days, too terrified to report what had happened, convinced Villa would find her and finish what he'd started. It was only years later, after Villa's arrest warrant was issued and his photograph appeared on news broadcasts, that Patricia came forward. "I thought I was going crazy," she said. "I thought maybe I'd imagined how evil his eyes looked when the mask slipped off, but I didn't imagine it. That was the real him, the thing he keeps hidden under all the smiles and charm. And I've spent every day since wondering about the women who weren't as lucky as me, who didn't wake up, who didn't get that chance to run." Forensic analysis of Villa's computer revealed the extent of his obsession. He maintained detailed files on dozens of women, photographs taken surreptitiously, notes about their routines and habits, assessments of their vulnerability rated on numerical scales. These files represented potential victims, women Villa had identified and researched but hadn't yet moved against, future kills he was planning with the same meticulous attention others might apply to career advancement or retirement savings. The digital dossiers were organized with chilling efficiency. Contact information, known associates, vulnerabilities to exploit, optimal approaches for initiating contact. But Villa's online activities extended beyond victim selection. He'd been an active participant in dark web communities where predators shared techniques, swapped stories, and encouraged each other's depravity. Under various pseudonyms, Villa had posted what he described as fiction, detailed accounts of torture and murder that investigators now believed were thinly veiled confessions. Real crimes repackaged as creative writing to satisfy both his need to share and his desire to avoid detection. These posts earned him status in these digital sewers, recognition from fellow monsters who admired his attention to detail and creative cruelty. Other community members had offered advice that Villa appeared to implement in his real-world activities. How to dispose of bodies more effectively, which cleaning products best eliminated forensic evidence, techniques for soundproofing spaces, methods for identifying victims least likely to be missed. The dark web forums functioned as a continuing education program for serial killers, a place where predators collaborated to become more efficient, more dangerous, more successful at evading justice. Villa had been both student and teacher in these spaces, learning from others' mistakes while sharing his own innovations in the craft of murder. Investigators discovered Villa had attended workshops and seminars on law enforcement techniques, positioning himself as a crime enthusiast interested in the forensic aspects of investigation. He'd taken detailed notes during presentations about evidence collection, DNA analysis, and investigative procedures, not out of academic interest but to identify weaknesses in police methodology, gaps he could exploit to avoid detection. This knowledge informed his crimes, making him more careful about leaving evidence, more aware of the traces that could lead back to him, more sophisticated in his approach to killing and concealment. The psychological evaluation compiled from all available evidence described Villa as highly organized, patient, and methodical, characteristics associated with serial killers who evade capture for extended periods. Unlike disorganized killers who act impulsively and leave chaotic crime scenes, Villa planned meticulously, controlled his environment, and cleaned up thoroughly afterward. His selection of marginalized victims reflected strategic thinking rather than mere convenience. He understood these women's disappearances would generate less investigative attention, buying him time to continue killing. But Villa's psychology also contained contradictions that fascinated the experts studying him. Despite his careful planning and risk management, he kept extensive documentation of his crimes, photographs, trophies, detailed journals describing his thoughts and feelings during killings. This documentation served no practical purpose and represented a significant security risk, yet he couldn't help creating and maintaining it. The psychological need to preserve and relive his crimes apparently outweighed his rational understanding that this evidence could destroy him. This contradiction suggested narcissism working in tension with his instrumental intelligence. Villa needed recognition for his accomplishments, needed to document his evolution as a killer, needed to possess tangible proof of his power over life and death. The anonymous admiration he received in dark web forums wasn't sufficient. He required a more personal, permanent record of his significance, even if that record could become his undoing. This need for validation through his crimes marked him as someone who viewed killing not merely as satisfying urges, but as demonstrating his superiority over both victims and the society that failed to stop him. Interviews with Villa's few childhood friends, those who remembered him at all, revealed early warning signs that might have predicted his trajectory. He'd been obsessed with death even as a young boy, asking unsettling questions about what happened to bodies after burial, how long someone could survive various injuries, whether animals experienced fear the same way humans did. He'd collected newspaper clippings about murders and disasters, maintaining scrapbooks he'd show to friends who found them disturbing rather than interesting. One childhood acquaintance remembered Villa bringing a dead cat to school in his backpack, insisting he'd found it that way despite obvious signs of torture. When teachers confiscated the body and called his parents, Villa had shown no emotion, no embarrassment, no guilt, no fear of consequences. He'd simply stared at the adults with blank eyes and provided whatever answers seemed most likely to end the interrogation quickly. Even then, he understood that saying the right things could make problems disappear, that performing remorse was more effective than feeling it. But perhaps the most chilling aspect of Villa's psychology was what it revealed about his fundamental view of humanity. In journal entries recovered from his home, Villa articulated a philosophy that reduced all human interaction to predator and prey, strong and weak, those who take and those who are taken from. He wrote about society as a thin veneer over humanity's true nature, about civilization as a collective delusion that obscured the reality of a Darwinian struggle where the ruthless and cunning survived by consuming the naive and vulnerable. In his worldview, his victims weren't casualties of his pathology but casualties of their own weakness, failures in nature's harsh laboratory whose elimination represented evolution in action. This philosophical framework wasn't merely post hoc justification for his crimes. It appeared to be a genuinely held belief system that informed every aspect of how Villa moved through the world. He saw himself as more honest than the masses who pretended morality and empathy mattered, more authentic than those who denied their predatory impulses. His killing wasn't aberrant behavior requiring explanation or excuse. It was the logical expression of human nature stripped of sentimental pretense. This self-perception as an enlightened realist rather than a monster added another layer of danger to Villa's profile. He wasn't conflicted about his actions, wasn't struggling with guilt or seeking redemption. He was committed fully to being what he believed he was meant to be, an apex predator operating in an ecosystem of prey. The manhunt for Juan Carlos Villa mobilized every available resource in Colombian law enforcement, transforming from a routine investigation into a national priority as the scope of his crimes became clear. Task forces formed across multiple agencies, pooling expertise from homicide detectives, forensic specialists, intelligence analysts, and behavioral profilers. The investigations command center operated around the clock, walls covered with maps marking locations connected to Villa's movements, timelines attempting to reconstruct decades of predation, photographs of victims both identified and still nameless giving faces to the tragedy Villa had authored. Leading the hunt was Inspector Carlos Mendoza, a 25-year veteran of Colombia's national police whose career had been built on bringing violent criminals to justice. Mendoza had seen terrible things throughout his service: cartel violence, kidnappings, brutal murders in the service of drug trafficking and territorial disputes. But Villa's crimes affected him differently, disturbing him on a level he struggled to articulate even to colleagues who'd worked alongside him for decades. With cartel killings, there's at least logic, however twisted. Mendoza explained during one press briefing. There's profit motive, strategic reasoning, organizational objectives. But Villa killed because he enjoyed it, because watching people suffer satisfied something broken inside him. That's a different kind of evil, one that's harder to understand and therefore harder to predict. The investigation faced numerous challenges from the outset. Villa had a several-week head start, time he'd used to establish whatever escape plan he'd prepared for this contingency. He'd left no obvious trail, no credit card transactions, no vehicle registrations in his name, no digital footprint beyond the encrypted communications on his computer that cybercrime specialists were still attempting to decrypt. Surveillance footage from around his house and neighborhood showed him leaving in his vehicle late one evening shortly before the bodies were discovered. But tracking that vehicle proved impossible once it entered areas of Bogotá without comprehensive camera coverage. Colombia's porous borders presented another obstacle. Villa could have fled to Venezuela, Ecuador, Peru, Panama, or Brazil within days of leaving Bogotá, disappearing into countries with their own law enforcement challenges and limited resources for tracking fugitives. Interpol issued a red notice, sharing Villa's details with police agencies worldwide, but the sheer volume of international travelers and the ease of crossing borders with forged documents or through unofficial routes meant Villa could be anywhere on 2 continents. Mendoza's team pursued leads methodically, working outward from what they knew about Villa's history and patterns. They interviewed family members who'd lost contact with him years earlier, former employers and co-workers who remembered little, landlords of properties he'd rented decades ago. Each interview added small details to the composite picture investigators were assembling. fragments of information that individually meant little but collectively might reveal where Villa would run and how he'd survive while fugitive. A breakthrough came from an unexpected source. A prisoner serving time for fraud who'd been Villa's cellmate during a brief incarceration in the 1990s for assault. The prisoner, hoping to reduce his sentence by providing useful information, told investigators that Villa had talked extensively about a cabin in the mountains outside Bogota, a remote property belonging to a deceased uncle that Villa claimed to visit when he needed to clear his head. The description was vague. Villa had never provided specific locations or directions, but it gave investigators a geographic area to search and a potential hiding place that hadn't appeared in any official records. Mountain searches presented logistical nightmares. The region Villa's former cellmate described encompassed hundreds of square kilometers of rugged terrain, much of it accessible only by foot or four-wheel drive vehicles, dotted with abandoned properties and seasonal dwellings that could shelter a fugitive indefinitely. Mendoza coordinated with military units experienced in mountain operations, deploying teams to canvass the area systematically, checking every structure, questioning local residents, searching for any sign of recent occupation. Days stretched into weeks with agonizing slowness. The public remained intensely focused on the case, with Villa's photograph plastered across newspapers and news broadcasts. Amateur detectives on social media platforms sharing theories and alleged sightings that overwhelmed police tip lines with noise masking any genuine leads. Pressure mounted from politicians demanding results, from victims' families seeking closure, from a frightened public wanting assurance that Villa had been captured and couldn't hurt anyone else. Then, 6 weeks into the manhunt, a rural postal worker reported something odd. A mailbox along a remote mountain road that had been empty for years suddenly contained outgoing letters. The postal worker, having seen news coverage about Villa and the search, thought the coincidence suspicious enough to contact police rather than simply collecting the letters as part of his normal route. Investigators raced to the location, securing the property before Villa could detect their presence and flee again. The cabin sat several kilometers from the nearest neighbor, accessible via a deteriorating dirt road barely visible from the main highway. It was exactly the kind of location Villa would choose. Isolated enough for privacy, remote enough to discourage casual visitors, but still connected enough to civilization to access supplies when necessary. The structure itself was small and rustic, showing years of neglect but recently disturbed dust and signs of habitation. Tire tracks in mud, a generator running to provide electricity, smoke from a chimney indicating recent fire use. Tactical units surrounded the property as the sun set, establishing a perimeter to prevent escape before attempting contact. Villa's arrest had to be handled carefully. He demonstrated violent capability, likely possessed weapons, and had nothing to lose given the severity of charges awaiting him. The operations commander decided to wait until dawn, preferring to move against Villa in daylight rather than risk a nighttime confrontation where darkness could provide cover for escape or ambush. The night stretched interminably for officers maintaining the perimeter, each sound from the cabin potentially signaling Villa's awareness of their presence, each hour increasing the risk that something would go wrong. But dawn arrived without incident, and as light crept across the mountains, tactical units moved into position for the assault. They breached the cabin's door with explosive charges, flooding inside with overwhelming force designed to shock and disorient any occupant before resistance could organize. They found Villa at a table, eating breakfast as if this were just another ordinary morning. He'd made no attempt to arm himself or fortify his position, showed no surprise at the sudden intrusion of masked tactical officers shouting commands and training weapons on his torso. He simply set down his fork, raised his hands slowly, and smiled. That same practiced, empty smile that had charmed so many victims into trusting him. "I wondered how long it would take you to find me," he said calmly, as if discussing the weather rather than his capture for serial murder. "I'm actually impressed. 6 weeks is better than I expected from Colombian police." The tactical team secured Villa without incident, binding his hands and conducting a thorough search before escorting him outside. Mendoza, watching from the command vehicle as Villa was loaded into a transport, felt an emotion he couldn't immediately identify. Not satisfaction exactly. The damage Villa had caused couldn't be undone by his capture. The victims couldn't be brought back. Perhaps it was relief or grim vindication, or simply exhaustion after weeks of relentless pursuit. Whatever the feeling, it was complicated by seeing Villa's demeanor. Utterly calm, almost amused, as if this were all theater he was enjoying from a detached, critical perspective. Search teams processed the cabin methodically, documenting everything before removing items for evidence analysis. They found camping supplies, non-perishable food sufficient for months of isolation, a hunting rifle and ammunition, false identity documents in various names, and substantial cash, nearly 40 million Colombian pesos in various denominations, hidden in a sealed container beneath the floorboards. But more disturbing were the materials suggesting Villa had been planning his next moves. Maps of border crossing points, notes about security procedures at land borders, and most chilling, printed photographs of women Villa had been surveilling before his exposure. Potential future victims who'd been stalked and evaluated but hadn't yet been targeted for abduction. These photographs represented lives saved by Villa's capture, women who would never know how close they'd come to becoming statistics in a serial killer's body count. Investigators contacted each woman identified in Villa's surveillance photos, informing them of the danger they'd unknowingly faced and conducting interviews to understand how Villa had identified and monitored them. The pattern remained consistent. Marginalized women, those working in precarious circumstances or struggling with addiction or poverty, individuals society often failed to protect and whose disappearances might not trigger immediate investigation. Villa had been preparing to resume his life's work once the immediate heat from his exposure had cooled. The transport carrying Villa back to Bogota traveled under heavy guard, taking a route planned to avoid both ambush and unwanted media attention. Inside the vehicle, Villa remained eerily talkative, chatting with guards about sports and current events as if they were acquaintances rather than captors. When one guard mentioned having daughters, Villa asked their ages and interests with apparent friendliness, eliciting uncomfortable silence as everyone present recognized the grotesque inappropriateness of a child killer making small talk about children. Villa seemed genuinely oblivious to or unconcerned with how his crimes should affect normal human interaction, operating in a social sphere entirely his own where past actions didn't carry forward into present relationships. Upon reaching Bogota, Villa was processed into a high-security facility designed to house Colombia's most dangerous criminals. Investigators lined up to conduct interrogations, hoping Villa might provide information about additional victims, about remains yet undiscovered, about women who'd disappeared and left families trapped in agonizing uncertainty about their fates. The psychology suggested Villa might cooperate. Narcissistic killers often enjoyed discussing their crimes, pleased to finally have an audience for their accomplishments, eager to demonstrate their cleverness and skill. But Villa proved frustratingly selective in what he'd discuss. He acknowledged killing the women whose remains had been found but provided few details about their final hours, deflecting questions with vague generalities or claims of poor memory. When pressed about other potential victims, about whether remains might be found at other properties he'd occupied, Villa smiled that same empty smile and said, "I've been very active over the years. You'll be finding my work for a long time to come. Some mysteries are more interesting when they stay mysterious. Don't you think?" This response haunted investigators and victims' families alike. How many other women had Villa killed? Were there additional burial sites yet undiscovered? Were their families still waiting for missing loved ones whose fate remained unknown? Villa's refusal to provide comprehensive confession meant dozens of missing person cases would need to be reevaluated, examined for potential connections to his decades-long killing spree. Each case represented someone's daughter, sister, mother, friend. A life lived and lost, possibly ended by the man now sitting in interrogation rooms with infuriating calm. Media coverage of Villa's capture was intense and relentless. Journalists dug into his past, interviewing anyone who'd ever interacted with him, analyzing every available detail of his crimes and psychology. Some coverage was responsible and respectful to victims and their families. Other coverage sensationalized the horror, turning Villa into a kind of dark celebrity, focusing more on his crime's gruesome aspects than on the human cost of his actions. This coverage sparked national conversations about violence against women, about how society creates conditions where marginalized people become vulnerable to predators, about the failures in systems meant to protect citizens from dangerous individuals. Victims' families gave interviews expressing a complex mixture of emotions. Relief that Villa had been captured and couldn't hurt anyone else, anger that he'd been allowed to operate for so long, grief for losses that could never be recovered, frustration with a justice system that seemed perpetually overwhelmed and under-resourced. They called for reforms, better resources for investigating missing persons cases, more support for vulnerable populations, harsher penalties for violent offenders, fundamental changes in how society valued and protected all lives equally regardless of economic status or circumstance. Villa's capture closed one chapter but opened another. The legal proceedings ahead would be lengthy and complex, with prosecutors building cases for multiple murders, kidnappings, and associated charges. The evidence was overwhelming: forensic data, physical evidence from his property, his own documentation of crimes, but Colombia's justice system moved slowly, and Villa would have access to legal representation and due process protections designed to ensure fair trials even for the most monstrous defendants. Years would pass before final judgments were rendered, before victims' families received whatever closure legal proceedings could provide. The trial of Juan Carlos Villa began 18 months after his capture, a timeline dictated by the enormous complexity of building prosecutable cases for crimes spanning decades and the legal system's procedural requirements guaranteeing defendants time to prepare defenses. The courtroom in Bogotá's Palace of Justice became the stage where Villa's life and crimes would be examined in exhaustive detail, where evidence would be presented, witnesses would testify, and ultimately where society would render judgment on a man who'd violated its most fundamental laws and values. Prosecutors faced the challenge of selecting which cases to prioritize. Villa was connected to at least 37 murders through forensic evidence and his own partial admissions, but building airtight cases for each killing would be impossible given the decomposition of remains, the time elapsed since crimes, and the difficulty of reconstructing events from decades past. They chose to focus on 9 cases where evidence was strongest. Victims whose identities had been confirmed through DNA, whose remains showed clear cause of death, and whose disappearances could be linked to Villa through witness testimony, surveillance footage, or forensic connections to his properties. The lead prosecutor, Diana Restrepo, was a veteran attorney who'd spent her career seeking justice for victims of violent crime. She approached Villa's prosecution with meticulous preparation, understanding that any procedural error or evidentiary weakness could provide grounds for appeal or acquittal. Her opening statement laid out the prosecution's case with devastating clarity, describing Villa not as a troubled individual driven by uncontrollable impulses, but as a calculating predator who'd engineered a system for identifying, capturing, torturing, and murdering vulnerable women with industrial efficiency. "This man," Restrepo said, gesturing toward Villa seated calmly at the defense table, "spent more than 2 decades perfecting the art of making human beings disappear. He selected victims he believed society wouldn't miss. He exploited their vulnerabilities with practiced manipulation. He brought them to a place he'd specifically designed for torture and murder, and then he erased them. Not just their lives, but their very existence, burying them in his garden like they were trash to be disposed of rather than human beings with hopes and dreams and people who loved them." The defense strategy, managed by court-appointed attorney Roberto Sanchez, focused not on denying Villa's guilt. The evidence made that impossible, but on arguing for his diminished mental capacity and psychological impairment. Expert witnesses testified about Villa's traumatic childhood, his documented history of psychiatric issues, brain imaging that supposedly showed abnormalities in regions associated with empathy and impulse control. The defense painted Villa as a profoundly damaged individual whose crimes, while horrific, stemmed from pathology rather than pure evil, from compulsions he couldn't control rather than choices he made freely. This strategy outraged victims' families and advocacy groups who saw it as minimizing Villa's responsibility and insulting the memories of those he'd killed. "My sister was a person, not a symptom of someone else's mental illness," said Maria Jimenez, whose sister Rosa was among Villa's identified victims. "She had dreams of opening a small restaurant. She called our mother every Sunday without fail. She loved dancing and romantic comedies and terrible pop music. She was real, she mattered, and the man who killed her knew exactly what he was doing. Don't let him hide behind excuses about his brain or his childhood. He chose this. Every single time he chose this." The testimony phase brought the full horror of Villa's crimes into public view through carefully presented evidence and witness accounts. Forensic pathologists described the injuries found on victims' remains, explaining how patterns of trauma revealed prolonged torture rather than quick deaths. One expert testified that marks on bones indicated victims had been restrained for extended periods, developing pressure injuries and stress fractures consistent with being held in uncomfortable positions for days or weeks. Another described evidence of starvation and dehydration, suggesting Villa had withheld food and water as part of his torture methodology. Patricia, the survivor who'd escaped Villa years earlier, provided testimony that electrified the courtroom. She described meeting Villa, being charmed by his apparent kindness and interest, then waking up drugged in his basement. "I saw his real face when the drugs started working," she said, her voice steady despite visible emotional distress. Everything warm and human just drained out of his expression. His eyes were dead, like looking at a shark or a snake, something that sees you only as prey. "He told me he was going to take his time with me, that I'd beg for death before he was finished. If he hadn't miscalculated the drug dose, if he hadn't gotten drunk and passed out, I would have died like all the others. I got lucky. They didn't." The defense attempted to discredit Patricia during cross-examination, suggesting her drug use had compromised her memory, that her account had been influenced by media coverage, that she was seeking attention or compensation. But Patricia held firm, providing details about the interior of Villa's house that matched police documentation, describing aspects of his behavior and statements that aligned with evidence from other sources. Her testimony withstood scrutiny, adding a living voice to the forensic evidence and demonstrating the human reality behind abstract case files and medical terminology. Villa himself chose to testify against his attorney's advice. He took the stand with the same unsettling calm he'd displayed since capture, answering questions in a measured, almost professorial tone. He admitted to the killings but described them with disturbing detachment, as if discussing someone else's actions rather than his own. "These women were living difficult lives," he said at one point. "Many were suffering from addiction, abuse, poverty. In a sense, I freed them from that suffering. Some of them thanked me before they died. They understood what I was offering them." This statement triggered audible gasps from the gallery and immediate objection from prosecutors. The judge struck Villa's comments from the record and instructed the jury to disregard them, but the damage was done. Everyone present had heard Villa attempt to reframe murder as mercy, had witnessed his profound disconnect from reality and human values. His testimony demolished any sympathy the defense might have generated through psychological expert witnesses. Whatever trauma Villa had experienced in childhood, whatever abnormalities existed in his brain structure, he clearly understood his actions' moral implications. He simply didn't care. Under cross-examination, Restrepo methodically dismantled Villa's self-justifications. She walked him through his documentation of crimes, his online participation in communities celebrating violence, his careful victim selection and methodical concealment of evidence. "If you believed you were providing mercy, why did you hide the bodies?" she asked. "Why did you encrypt your computer files? Why did you flee when police discovered what you'd done? If your actions were justified, why all the secrecy?" Villa's answers grew evasive, his composure cracking slightly under sustained questioning. He claimed the secrecy was necessary because society wasn't ready to understand his motivations, because people's emotional reactions prevented rational discussion of his philosophy. Restrepo pressed harder, forcing Villa to confront contradictions between his supposed mercy motivation and evidence of prolonged torture, between claims of philosophical consistency and victim selection patterns targeting the most vulnerable. By the time cross-examination concluded, Villa's carefully constructed self-image had been thoroughly shredded, revealing the narcissistic delusion underlying his crimes. The trial stretched across 4 months, with testimony from more than 100 witnesses and introduction of thousands of pieces of evidence. The jury, 12 citizens selected through extensive screening to ensure they could remain impartial despite the case's high profile, endured graphic testimony and disturbing evidence with visible difficulty. Several jurors required counseling to process the psychological impact of exposure to such extreme violence and suffering. The judge regularly reminded them of their civic duty, of the importance of evaluating evidence objectively despite its disturbing nature, of the responsibility they bore to render just verdicts. Closing arguments came in late autumn, nearly 2 years after the initial discovery of bodies in Villa's garden. Restrepo delivered a comprehensive summary of the prosecution's case, walking the jury through the evidence linking Villa to each victim, through the forensic proof of torture and premeditated murder, through Villa's own admissions and documentation. This defendant wants you to see him as complicated, as someone whose crimes stemmed from factors beyond his control, she concluded. But the evidence shows someone who planned meticulously, who refined his techniques, who took pleasure in causing suffering. He chose his victims deliberately. He built a facility specifically for torture. He kept trophies and photographs because he enjoyed reliving what he'd done. These aren't the actions of someone controlled by impulse or impairment. They're the actions of someone who knew exactly what he was doing and did it anyway because he enjoyed it. The defense's closing argument appealed to the jury's capacity for understanding psychological complexity, arguing that acknowledging Villa's mental illness didn't excuse his crimes but should inform sentencing considerations. Sanchez reminded jurors that Colombia had abolished the death penalty, that Villa would spend the rest of his life imprisoned regardless of their verdict, that the question before them wasn't whether Villa deserved punishment, but whether that punishment should account for his documented psychological abnormalities. Jury deliberations lasted 5 days, reflecting the case's complexity and the weight of responsibility jurors felt. They returned verdicts of guilty on all counts: 9 counts of aggravated homicide, multiple counts of kidnapping and torture, charges related to concealing evidence and obstruction of justice. The verdicts were read in a courtroom packed with victims' families, journalists, and members of the public who'd followed the case obsessively. Villa showed no visible reaction as each guilty verdict was announced, maintaining the same detached expression he'd worn throughout proceedings. Sentencing came 2 weeks later. Colombian law provided for maximum sentences of 60 years imprisonment without possibility of parole for the most serious offenses. Judge Ernesto Vargas, presiding over the case, delivered a lengthy statement before imposing sentence, addressing not just Villa but the broader questions his crimes raised about justice, protection of vulnerable populations, and society's responsibility to prevent such predation. Juan Carlos Villa, you have been convicted of crimes that represent some of the most depraved acts of violence this nation has witnessed, Vargas said. You targeted women you believed society would not miss, women struggling with challenges that should have evoked compassion rather than predatory opportunism. You exploited their vulnerabilities with calculated cruelty. You tortured them for your own gratification. You ended their lives and attempted to erase their very existence. Your crimes demand the most severe punishment this legal system can impose. Vargas sentenced Villa to the maximum 60 years imprisonment for each homicide count, to be served consecutively rather than concurrently. Effectively, a life sentence multiple times over, ensuring Villa would die in prison regardless of potential future legal changes. Additional sentences for kidnapping, torture, and related charges added decades more to a total that exceeded 500 years. Villa would be housed in Colombia's most secure prison facility, in isolation to prevent harm from other inmates and to minimize his ability to communicate with the outside world beyond necessary legal consultations. But sentencing you is not enough, Vargas continued. Your crimes expose systematic failures in how we protect our most vulnerable citizens. Women disappeared and nobody looked. Families reported loved ones missing and investigations languished. Society created conditions where predators like you could operate with relative impunity because your victims were deemed less worthy of protection, less important, less human. That must change. Your legacy should not be the fear you inspired, but the reforms you motivated. Better resources for missing persons investigations, stronger protections for vulnerable populations, a fundamental commitment that every life matters equally regardless of circumstance. The sentencing brought a measure of closure to victims' families, though many expressed that no legal punishment could truly address their loss or heal the wounds Villa had inflicted. My daughter is still gone, said Carmen Mendoza, mother of victim Catalina. She's still not coming home. Nothing they do to him brings her back. But at least he can't hurt anyone else. At least other families won't lose their daughters to this monster. That's something. It's not enough, but it's something. Villa was transferred to his permanent housing at Combata Maximum Security Prison, a facility housing Colombia's most dangerous criminals in conditions designed to prevent escape and minimize risks to staff and other inmates. His cell measured roughly 3 meters by 4 meters, containing a bed, toilet, small desk, and limited personal items. He would spend 23 hours daily in this cell, with 1 hour allowed for solitary exercise in a small enclosed yard. Communication with other inmates was prohibited. Visits were severely restricted and monitored. For a man who'd spent decades moving freely through society while conducting his secret life of predation, the restrictions represented a complete inversion of existence. But even imprisoned, Villa continued to disturb and manipulate. He granted occasional interviews to journalists and authors, carefully controlling his narrative, attempting to shape public perception of his crimes and motivations. He wrote letters to victims' families, communications many found more traumatizing than closure providing, filled with pseudo-apologetic language that still positioned Villa as somehow deserving of understanding or sympathy. Prison officials eventually restricted his correspondence after family members complained about receiving unsolicited contact from their loved one's killer. Villa also attracted a disturbing following. People fascinated by serial killers who wrote him fan mail, who romanticized his crimes or saw him as somehow misunderstood. This phenomenon, sometimes called hybristophilia, led to Villa receiving marriage proposals, offers of financial support, letters expressing admiration or understanding. Prison officials screened this correspondence but couldn't prevent all of it from reaching Villa, who seemed to enjoy the attention despite, or perhaps because of, its grotesque nature. He responded to selected letters, cultivating relationships with admirers on the outside, maintaining some connection to a world that remembered him even if only for horror he'd caused. Meanwhile, investigations into Villa's potential additional victims continued. Cold case units across Colombia reviewed unsolved missing persons cases, looking for patterns that might connect other disappearances to Villa's known active periods and locations. Forensic teams re-examined properties Villa had occupied, searching for additional burial sites or evidence of crimes beyond those for which he'd been convicted. This ongoing investigation yielded several new victim identifications, bringing closure to families who'd spent years wondering about loved ones' fates while opening fresh wounds as they learned the terrible truth. The case also prompted reforms in Colombian law enforcement and social services. The national police established specialized units for investigating disappearances of vulnerable persons, particularly women in circumstances that historically received less investigative attention. Training programs emphasized the importance of taking all missing persons reports seriously regardless of the reported individual's circumstances or lifestyle. Funding increased for forensic capabilities and DNA databases that could help identify unknown remains and connect cases across jurisdictions. Advocacy organizations used Villa's case to highlight broader issues of violence against women, economic inequality, and social marginalization that created conditions where predators could operate relatively freely. They pushed for systemic changes. Better support services for women fleeing domestic violence or struggling with addiction, economic programs addressing poverty that made people vulnerable, reforms in policing and prosecution that took violence against marginalized women as seriously as violence against more privileged victims. Villa's crimes became a catalyst for conversations society had long avoided, forcing Colombia to confront uncomfortable truths about whose lives it valued and protected. In the years following Villa's imprisonment, several victims he hadn't disclosed were identified through ongoing investigation and forensic analysis. Each identification brought painful closure to another family, another set of parents or siblings or children who finally understood what had happened to their missing loved one. Each also served as a grim reminder of how long Villa had operated, how many lives he'd destroyed, how many families he'd shattered before finally being stopped. The children of Villa's victims, those who'd lost mothers to his predation, formed a support network, connecting with each other to share grief and find community among those who understood the unique trauma of having a parent murdered by a serial killer. Some became advocates themselves, speaking publicly about their experiences, pushing for reforms, working to ensure other families wouldn't endure what they'd suffered. Their activism transformed personal tragedy into social purpose, refusing to let their mothers' deaths be meaningless. insisting their lives and losses mattered despite society's historical indifference to women in their circumstances. Villa himself gave one final interview 5 years into his imprisonment, speaking with a documentary filmmaker who'd gained access through extensive negotiations. In that interview, Villa expressed no genuine remorse, no authentic understanding of the harm he'd caused. He spoke about his crimes with the same detached interest he might discuss weather patterns or sports statistics, events that had occurred but didn't connect to his emotional life in meaningful ways. When asked if he'd kill again given the opportunity, Villa smiled that empty smile and said, "I am what I am. People can judge that however they wish, but fundamentally, I'm no different from the businessman who crushes competitors or the politician who sacrifices citizens for power. I was just more honest about it." This statement encapsulated Villa's essential pathology. His inability to distinguish between metaphorical ruthlessness in competitive contexts and literal torture and murder, his belief that everyone was fundamentally like him but simply lacked his courage to act on natural predatory instincts, his complete failure to grasp human values like empathy, compassion, and moral restraint. Villa existed in a reality fundamentally separate from normal human experience, a psychological space where other people weren't truly real, where suffering meant nothing, where killing was no more morally significant than any other action taken in pursuit of personal gratification. The documentary, when released, sparked fierce debate. Some argued it provided valuable psychological insights into serial predation, helping society understand how such individuals think and potentially preventing future tragedies. Others contended it gave Villa exactly what he wanted: attention, platform, opportunity to further traumatize victims' families by forcing them to hear his voice and see his face again. The controversy reflected broader tensions about how media should cover violent criminals, how to balance public interest in understanding evil against risks of glorifying or sensationalizing perpetrators while minimizing victims. But perhaps the most important legacy of Villa's case wasn't the debates about media coverage or the reforms his crimes inspired or even the specific justice achieved through his prosecution and imprisonment. The true legacy lived in how families of victims chose to honor their lost loved ones, establishing scholarships in their names, creating support services for women in circumstances similar to those victims faced, speaking their names publicly and insisting they be remembered as complete human beings rather than simply as victims in a serial killer's body count. Maria Elena Cortez, the sex worker killed in 2015, was remembered by her sister through an annual event providing free meals and services to women working in prostitution, offering them temporary respite and connections to resources for those wanting to leave the trade. Rosa Jimenez, the Venezuelan migrant murdered in 2017, inspired her former employer to establish a support network helping other migrants navigate Colombia's systems and access safe housing and employment. Catalina Mendoza, who'd struggled with addiction before her death in 2019, became the namesake for a rehabilitation program specifically designed for women, providing trauma-informed care and long-term support. These acts of remembrance and activism transformed victims from statistics into catalysts for change, ensured their lives mattered beyond the horrible ways they'd ended, created meaning from senseless tragedy. Villa had tried to erase these women, to reduce them to objects for his gratification before disposing of them like trash. But their families and communities refused that erasure, insisting loudly and persistently that these women had existed, had mattered, had been loved, and would be remembered. Juan Carlos Villa will die in prison, likely decades from now when age and medical conditions finally claim him. He'll die knowing that despite all his efforts to be remembered as something significant, as an apex predator, as someone who understood truths others denied, as a figure of dark importance, his legacy is ultimately failure. He failed to erase his victims. He failed to evade justice. He failed to break the spirits of families who survived his predation. And most importantly, he failed to be what he most desperately wanted: important, feared, remembered as anything other than pathetic. A broken man who caused immense suffering because he was too damaged to participate in humanity. The women he killed are remembered by name, mourned by people who loved them, honored through positive actions that help others. Villa is remembered only as a cautionary tale, a monster whose capture and imprisonment remind society to value all lives, to protect the vulnerable, to take seriously violence against those whom circumstances have marginalized. That is justice, imperfect but real, Not just punishment for Villa, but insistence that his victims mattered, that their lives had value, that their deaths demand both accountability and change. And on quiet nights in Bogota, in the neighborhoods where some of Villa's victims lived and worked and disappeared from, people sometimes pause and remember. They remember names: Maria Elena, Rosa, Catalina, and dozens of others. They remember that these were real people who laughed and cried and dreamed and loved. They remember that what happened to them was not inevitable, not acceptable, not something to forget or minimize. They remember, and in that remembering, they resist the erasure Villa attempted. They insist, through memory and activism and simple human decency, that these lives mattered, that all lives matter, especially those society too often overlooks. That is Villa's true defeat. Not imprisonment or punishment, but the absolute failure of his fundamental goal. He tried to make women disappear. Instead, they are remembered while he fades into the obscurity he so desperately feared. Another forgettable monster among countless others, distinguished by nothing except the suffering he caused and the reforms his exposure inspired. The predator is caged. The victims are honored. And society, imperfect and struggling but trying, works to ensure that monsters like Juan Carlos Villa find fewer shadows to hide in, fewer vulnerable people to prey upon, fewer opportunities to transform their pathology into other families' nightmares. Justice, imperfect but persistent, endures. If you're new here, welcome to the channel, where we dive into true crime stories with calmness and respect. A special shout out to my amazing subscribers who've been with me from the start. Thank you for your incredible support. If you're still with me, drop a comment. Let me know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. Or just say hello so I know you're still here. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and hit subscribe so you won't miss any of our upcoming true crime stories perfect for winding down. Now, let's move on to our second story. Story 2, The Black Canes Monster. Some predators wear masks, others wear the face of a friend, until the mask slips and you realize you were always just meat. In Costa Rica, they still whisper his name after dark, not because they want to remember, but because forgetting feels like an invitation. A respected professor, a trusted mentor, a man who collected young lives like specimens in a jar. Ruben Villalobos Herrera didn't just murder. He orchestrated a symphony of suffering in the shadows of San Jose, where screams dissolved into tropical rain and bodies vanished into volcanic soil. They called him the Black Canes Monster, and for years, he walked freely among those who would become his prey. Tonight, we descend into the nightmare of a killer who understood that the best hiding place for evil isn't in darkness. It's in plain sight, wrapped in respectability, armed with patience, and hungry for the vulnerable. This is the story of how a monster built his kingdom on broken bones and shattered trust, and how his own arrogance finally dragged him into the light. The neighborhood of Barrio Mexico sprawled across western San Jose like an organism that had grown without plan or mercy, its streets twisting into themselves, creating pockets of shadow even at noon. The year was 1998, and in a modest house that blended perfectly with dozens of others, painted that particular shade of tropical decay, bars on the windows, a small garden choked with overgrowth, lived a man the community knew as Don Ruben, a term of respect in Costa Rica. Professor, educator, a man of 42 years who spoke softly, dressed conservatively, and volunteered at local youth programs. No one suspected that behind his wire-rimmed glasses and gentle demeanor lived something that had stopped being entirely human years ago. Ruben Villalobos Herrera was born into ordinariness in 1956, the kind of forgettable childhood that produces either remarkable normalcy or remarkable monsters. Costa Rica, a country that prided itself on peace, on pura vida, on abolishing its military and investing in education. This paradise cradled a predator who would exploit every social nicety, every cultural politeness, every assumption of goodness. He became a teacher because it gave him access, not to knowledge. He cared nothing for actual education, but to the raw material of his obsession. Young men from the margins, boys nobody would miss too quickly, teenagers whose disappearances would be attributed to gang violence, drug addiction, or the simple, brutal mathematics of poverty. San Jose in the 1990s was transforming, caught between its peaceful reputation and the creeping reality of drug trafficking routes, of growing inequality, of young people slipping through society's fingers. Reuben watched those fingers loosen, and he caught what fell. His hunting ground was calculated with predatory precision. The Black Canes area, Canas Negras and surrounding neighborhoods, was a zone where the city frayed at its edges. Here, homeless youth congregated. Here, boys fresh from broken homes or no homes sought day labor, temporary shelter, the kindness of strangers. Here, a well-dressed man offering work, offering food, offering a place to sleep would be met not with suspicion but with desperate gratitude. The mechanism of his killing was intimacy, not the sudden violence of a stranger in an alley. That was too crude, too risky, too unsatisfying. Reuben wanted submission that came from trust violated. He would befriend his victims over days, sometimes weeks, offer them jobs doing repairs on his home, feed them meals at his table, speak to them about their futures, their dreams, their fears. He played the role of mentor, father figure, savior. And in that role, he read their vulnerabilities like a surgeon studying anatomy before the first incision. Then came the invitation inside, to the house in Barrio Mexico where neighbors heard nothing unusual, where screams, if any escaped, were muffled by thick walls and the ambient noise of urban existence, where his workshop in the back held tools that served dual purposes, construction equipment that doubled as instruments of torture, restraints disguised as cargo straps, a workbench that had been scrubbed so many times the wood had gone pale. What happened in that space defies clean narration. The forensic evidence discovered later painted a portrait of extended captivity, of victims held for hours or days, of sexual violence so brutal it shattered bones, of torture methods that suggested Reuben was experimenting, learning, refining his technique with each new victim. He didn't kill in passion or rage. He killed methodically with the detached focus of someone perfecting a craft. And when he finished, when his victims finally died from injuries or strangulation or blood loss, he disposed of them with equal calculation. Bodies went into plastic sheeting, then into remote areas, coffee plantations on the city's outskirts, ravines in the Talamanca Mountains, even into the Varilla River that churned brown and fast through volcanic gorges. Some remains were scattered deliberately, bones separated and distributed to prevent identification. Others were buried shallow, just deep enough to delay discovery, placed where homeless deaths were common enough to avoid immediate investigation. Between 1998 and 1999, at least 7 young men disappeared in patterns that should have drawn attention earlier. Luis, 17, last seen accepting day work from a man in glasses. Marco, 19, who told his shelter friends about a professor who might help him get his life together. Daniel, 16, vanished after mentioning a construction job in Barrio Mexico. Their families, those who had families, filed reports that gathered dust. Homeless advocates raised alarms that met bureaucratic indifference. In a city struggling with growing pains, with budget constraints, with the cognitive dissonance between its peaceful self-image and its increasingly violent reality, these deaths became statistical noise. Reuben understood this, exploited it, refined it. He maintained his professional life with psychopathic compartmentalization, showed up to teach his classes, attended faculty meetings, socialized appropriately. Neighbors described him as quiet, responsible, slightly reserved but always polite. The architecture of his double life was immaculate. No erratic behavior, no obvious red flags, no dramatic personality shifts. He was patient in ways most serial killers are not, spacing his kills to avoid pattern recognition, varying his victim selection just enough to muddy connections, maintaining his cover with disciplined performance. But psychopathy has a weakness. It breeds arrogance, and arrogance creates mistakes. By mid-1999, Reuben had become confident to the point of carelessness. He took greater risks, kept victims longer, disposed of bodies less carefully. A construction worker discovered skeletal remains in a ravine that still had plastic sheeting attached. Another body, fresher, was found by hikers with injuries so distinctive a medical examiner noted they suggested the same perpetrator as an earlier unsolved case. The textile pattern from the plastic matched materials available at specific hardware stores. Security cameras, still relatively new technology, had captured a man matching Rubin's description purchasing similar materials. The investigative web began to form, delicate at first, strands connecting across separate case files, separate detectives, separate jurisdictions. A task force formed quietly in July 1999, coordinating between San Jose's judicial police and specialized units. They reviewed missing persons reports, cross-referenced victim profiles, mapped disposal sites. The pattern emerged from chaos. Young men, vulnerable backgrounds, disappearances clustered in western San Jose, a comfort level with the killer suggesting familiarity before death. Then came the witness, a young man named Carlos, name changed in court documents, who had accepted Rubin's offer of work but escaped when the professor's behavior turned predatory. Carlos fled, traumatized but alive, and after weeks of internal debate driven by shame and fear, approached authorities. His testimony was fragmentary, damaged by terror, but it provided what investigators needed: a name, an address, a description of the house in Barrio, Mexico. On August 12, 1999, police surrounded Ruben Villalobos Herrera's home at dawn. They expected resistance, perhaps violence, possibly even a hostage situation. Instead, they found the professor calmly having coffee, as if he'd been expecting them, as if some part of him was relieved the performance could finally end. The search of his property revealed hell preserved in plaster and paint. The morning light filtered through cheap curtains as investigators pushed through the door of Ruben Villalobos Herrera's home, and what greeted them would haunt crime scene veterans for the remainder of their careers. Not because of immediate gore, the house was meticulously clean, almost obsessively so, but because cleanliness itself became evidence of calculation, of ritualized disposal, of a mind that planned its atrocities down to the final scrub of bleach across concrete. Detective Maria Solis, who led the initial search, later testified that the wrongness of the space hit her before any physical evidence did. The house felt staged, she said, like a movie set of domesticity rather than a lived-in home. Furniture positioned too precisely. Books arranged by height rather than subject. Kitchen organized with military precision. No personal photographs, no accumulated clutter of normal human existence. It was the dwelling of someone performing the role of person rather than being one. But the workshop told the truth. Located in a converted garage behind the main house, accessed through a door that had been reinforced with steel framing and multiple locks, the space measured roughly 4 by 6 meters. Small, intimate, perfect for what Rubin had designed it for. The walls were concrete, covered partially with sound-dampening foam that Rubin had explained to neighbors as necessary for woodworking projects. The foam panels had been cleaned repeatedly, but luminol testing would later reveal massive blood spatter beneath the surface treatment, arterial spray patterns reaching nearly to the ceiling, defensive cast-off consistent with victims trying to ward off bladed weapons. The workbench dominated one wall, heavy wood scarred with cuts, gouges, burn marks that forensic analysis determined came from tools heated in the propane burner found in the corner. Beneath the bench, investigators discovered a collection that transformed the space from suspicious to damning. Rope in varying lengths, some still tied in elaborate restraint knots, chemical stained and bearing biological material that DNA testing would match to 3 identified victims. Plastic sheeting identical to that found with recovered remains. A set of knives kept with surgical precision, including a bone saw with tissue still trapped in its teeth. Duct tape, wire, chains, padlocks. A camera, this detail particularly chilled investigators, containing undeveloped film that would later prove to be documentation of his crimes, images too disturbing to be released publicly, evidence that Rubin didn't just kill for gratification but recorded it for repeated viewing. In a locked metal cabinet, investigators found journals. Not confession in the traditional sense, Rubin was too controlled for emotional purging, but logs, clinical descriptions of his victims, dates, methods employed, reactions observed. He wrote about their suffering the way a scientist might document an experiment. Dispassionate, curious, making notes about which techniques produced more interesting responses, which drugs achieved better compliance, which restraint methods allowed optimal access while preventing effective resistance. The journals contain sketches, diagrams of human bodies with annotations about nerve clusters, about how to inflict maximum pain without causing rapid death, about methods to revive unconscious victims so the experience could continue. He had studied anatomy not for healing but for its opposite, acquiring knowledge of human physiology in service of prolonging suffering. One journal entry, dated April 23, 1999, described his acquisition of a victim named only as Subject 7, found near the bus terminal. 19 years old, claims to be from Limon. No family contact for 6 months. Minimal muscle development, suggests poor nutrition. Complained of hunger, offered meal and work. Accepted immediately. Trust established within 45 minutes. Brought to workshop under pretense of showing construction project. Initial restraint successful with minimal resistance. Proceeded to phase 1 of methodology refinement. The entry continued for 3 pages, clinical and horrifying, detailing hours of torture inflicted with methodical precision. Subject 7 was later identified as Marco Antonio Solis, no relation to Detective Solis, a young man who had been reported missing by a shelter director but whose case had received minimal investigation. His remains were eventually located in a coffee plantation 7 kilometers from Ruben's home, scattered across a wide area exactly as the journal described disposing of him. As investigators processed the workshop, the main house revealed its own secrets. Hidden in a false panel in his bedroom closet, a sophistication that suggested premeditation and paranoia about discovery, they found trophies, personal items taken from victims, a watch, several ID cards, a bracelet, a set of house keys, a faded photograph of a young man with his arm around a woman who was probably his mother. These objects served no practical purpose. They were mementos, tokens of conquest, tangible reminders of lives extinguished. The refrigerator in his kitchen contained normal groceries on most shelves, but the bottom drawer, wrapped in additional plastic bags, held biological material that DNA testing confirmed came from at least 2 victims. Ruben had kept pieces of them, small samples, for reasons investigators could only speculate about. The psychological profile developed later suggested this was part of his need for control extending beyond death. Possessing literal pieces of his victims allowed him to retain ownership of them permanently. His computer, an early model desktop that seemed incongruous in the otherwise low-tech home, contained deleted files that forensic data recovery retrieved. Internet searches about body decomposition rates, about police investigation techniques, about missing person protocols. He had researched law enforcement methodology the way a student prepares for an exam, identifying gaps in investigative procedure he could exploit. He frequented chat rooms where runaways and homeless youth sought help, using false identities to build trust before transitioning conversations to private messages, where he would offer assistance and eventually arrange meetings. The digital trail extended further. He had created fake social media profiles portraying himself as a youth advocate, complete with fabricated credentials and stock photography. He used these profiles to connect with vulnerable young people, establishing online relationships that made eventual in-person meetings seem natural rather than suspicious. In several cases, investigators traced conversations where victims had told friends they were meeting with a professor who would help them find work or housing, messages that became the last communication before they vanished. Bank records subpoenaed during the investigation revealed unusual cash withdrawals, always in amounts small enough to avoid reporting requirements but frequent enough to suggest regular payments. Investigators theorized he used cash to avoid creating transaction records when luring victims, money for food, for temporary work, for whatever story he told to get them into his vehicle and then into his home. His car, a nondescript sedan, appeared clean during initial examination, but ultraviolet light and luminol revealed biological evidence throughout the trunk. Hair samples trapped in the trunk liner matched 4 identified victims. Soil samples from the wheel wells matched soil composition from 3 body disposal sites. The vehicle was essentially a mobile crime scene, used to transport victims both living and dead, yet maintained well enough externally to pass casual inspection. As evidence accumulated, the scope of Rubin's operation became horrifyingly clear. This was not impulsive violence or even opportunistic predation. This was systematic, planned, executed with patience and intelligence. He had built a machine designed to identify, isolate, exploit, torture, kill, and dispose of vulnerable human beings while maintaining a facade of absolute normalcy. Neighbors interviewed during the investigation expressed shock, disbelief, the standard litany of "he seemed so normal" that accompanies every unmasking of hidden monsters. But several interviews revealed cracks in the facade visible only in retrospect. One neighbor recalled seeing Rubin hosing down his driveway at 3 in the morning, claiming he'd spilled paint. Another remembered hearing what might have been screaming but dismissed it as a television at high volume. A postal worker noted that Rubin never received personal mail, no letters from family or friends, no birthday cards or holiday correspondence. The mailbox of someone who existed in isolation despite living in a crowded neighborhood. The most chilling interview came from a fellow teacher who had worked with Rubin for 6 years. She described him as competent but detached, someone who went through the motions of pedagogy without genuine connection to students. He treated teaching like a performance, she said, like he was following a script of what a teacher should do rather than actually caring about education. But he was good at the performance, good enough that no one questioned whether it was authentic. That observation captured the essence of Rubén Villalobos Herrera's existence. Everything was performance, calculation, mimicry of human behavior masking the absence of human feeling. He studied normalcy the way he studied anatomy, identifying the essential components, understanding the mechanics, replicating the appearance well enough to pass inspection while remaining fundamentally hollow. By the end of the initial search, investigators had documented enough evidence to connect Rubin definitively to 7 murders, with strong suspicion of additional victims not yet identified. The journal's reference numbered subjects up to 11, but only 7 had been matched to known missing persons or recovered remains. For victims remained statistical ghosts, people Rubin had killed whose identities might never be confirmed, whose families might never receive closure, whose deaths would remain partially hidden even after their killer faced justice. The house in Barrio Mexico was sealed as a crime scene, yellow tape stark against the faded paint, neighbors gathering in clusters to process the revelation that horror had lived among them wearing a polite smile and wire-rimmed glasses. The street where children had played, where families had barbecued, where life had continued in its mundane rhythms, was now marked permanently as the location where nightmares had been constructed with patient hands and empty eyes. And in custody, Rubén Villalobos Herrera sat in an interrogation room, calm and composed, already calculating his next performance. The interrogation room at the Organismo de Investigación Judicial headquarters was designed for psychological pressure, windowless, artificially lit, furniture bolted to the floor, walls painted that particular shade of institutional beige that seems to absorb hope. But Rubén Villalobos Herrera, seated in the metal chair with his hands cuffed to the table, appeared utterly unaffected by the environment. If anything, he seemed relaxed, almost content, as if relieved to finally drop the exhausting pretense of normalcy. Detective Carlos Ramirez, a veteran interrogator with 15 years specializing in violent crime, had prepared extensively for this interview. He had studied Rubin's background, reviewed the evidence, consulted with forensic psychologists about optimal approaches for interviewing psychopathic offenders. But nothing quite prepared him for the experience of sitting across from someone who discussed torture and murder with the emotional investment most people reserve for describing their commute. The initial interrogation began at 2:17 p.m. on August 13, 1999, approximately 30 hours after Rubin's arrest. He had waived his right to have an attorney present, a decision his public defender would later describe as tactically insane but psychologically revealing. Rubin wanted to talk, not to confess in any legal sense that would aid prosecution, but to finally have an audience that understood the full scope of his work. "I want to clarify something from the beginning," Rubin said, his voice soft and measured, the same tone he'd used teaching classes. "I'm not going to pretend this didn't happen. I'm not going to claim insanity or diminished capacity. What I did required intelligence, planning, sustained focus. Crazy people don't maintain the kind of operational security I maintained for years. Detective Ramirez nodded, letting Ruben control the pace, a deliberate interrogation strategy. Why don't you tell me about it then? In your own words. Ruben leaned back as far as the cuffs allowed, considering. People misunderstand predation. They think it's about anger or sexual frustration or childhood trauma. The crime shows love those narratives. Daddy hit me, so I hit others. It's reductive. What I did was about control, yes, but more fundamentally about curiosity. Human beings are resilient in ways we don't fully appreciate. They adapt to suffering, find hope in impossible situations, convince themselves escape is possible even when the evidence says otherwise. I wanted to understand that mechanism, push it to its limits, observe what happens when hope is systematically destroyed. The casual horror of this statement, delivered with professorial calm, was documented in the interrogation recording. Ruben didn't fidget, didn't display stress indicators, didn't exhibit any of the typical discomfort associated with discussing acts of extreme violence. He could have been describing a research project. In his mind, perhaps he was. Over the next 8 hours, across multiple sessions, Ruben provided details about his crimes that corroborated physical evidence while revealing psychological dimensions that evidence alone couldn't capture. He described his selection methodology, targeting individuals who existed on society's margins, whose disappearances would trigger minimal investigation, whose trust could be earned with relatively simple manipulations. He explained his development of phases, an evolution of his technique from relatively quick killings to extended captivity where he could explore various methods of inflicting suffering. The early ones were learning experiences, he said. I was inefficient, too much emotion, even if it was excitement rather than traditional passion. I realized that emotion made me sloppy, so I developed protocols, removed the variables, approached each subject with clinical detachment. The experience became much more productive. When asked to explain what he meant by productive, Ruben elaborated with disturbing specificity. I was gathering data about pain thresholds, about psychological breaking points, about how different chemical compounds affected consciousness and compliance. If you remove moral considerations, which I recognize society cannot do, but I could, it's pure research. Medical science progressed through experimentation that we now call unethical. I was simply more honest about what I was doing and why. Detective Ramirez, maintaining professional composure despite profound internal revulsion, pressed on the victim count. Your journals reference 11 subjects. We've identified 7. What about the other 4? Ruben smiled slightly, an expression that didn't reach his eyes because nothing reached his eyes. I wondered when you'd ask about them. 3 were earlier, before I moved to Barrio, Mexico, when I was still developing my methodology. Different locations, different disposal methods. You'll probably never find them. The 4th, that one was a mistake. Someone who didn't fit my usual profile. I got careless, let convenience override discipline. That's actually what made me refine my protocols. Mistakes are valuable if you learn from them. He provided enough detail about these earlier victims for investigators to cross-reference with older missing persons cases. Eventually, they identified 2 possibles. Young men who had vanished from other San Jose neighborhoods years before Ruben moved to Barrio, Mexico. Cases that had gone cold with minimal evidence. But without remains or stronger corroboration, these would remain suspicions rather than confirmed victims. Throughout the interrogation, Ruben demonstrated a chilling awareness of legal procedure and evidentiary requirements. He knew which details could be proven physically and which remained his word against investigation. He admitted to actions where evidence was overwhelming while remaining vague about aspects that lacked forensic confirmation. This wasn't the rambling confession of someone seeking redemption or relief. This was controlled disclosure from someone managing his narrative even in custody. Psychologists who evaluated Ruben during the pre-trial period diagnosed him with antisocial personality disorder with psychopathic features, a clinical assessment that translated roughly to human-shaped predator with no capacity for empathy or remorse. Dr. Elena Vargas, the court-appointed forensic psychiatrist, spent 12 hours interviewing Ruben across multiple sessions. Her report, filed with the court, painted a portrait of someone who understood intellectually that his actions violated social norms, but felt no emotional connection to those norms or to the suffering he had caused. He can define empathy, describe its social function, even mimic empathetic responses when performing normalcy, Dr. Vargas wrote. But he doesn't experience it. Emotions for him are purely self-referential. Other people exist as objects, some interesting, some useful, some both. The suffering of his victims registered to him the same way a scientist might note a rat's reaction to a stimulus. Observable phenomenon, nothing more. The report continued, most notably, Rubin displays no anxiety about consequences. He understands he will likely spend life in prison. This disappoints him not because he'll lose freedom, but because it limits access to future subjects. When I asked how he felt about his victims' families, he seemed genuinely confused by the question. Why would I feel anything about them? He asked. I didn't know them. The complete absence of connecting his actions to their ripple effects indicates profound incapacity for human connection. News of the arrest and the evidence discovered spread through Costa Rica like a shockwave. The country, which prided itself on peace, on social cohesion, on being a Central American exception to violence, confronted the reality that monsters didn't respect national character or cultural self-image. Media coverage was extensive, intense, and often sensationalistic. El Monstruo de Canis Negris, the Black Canes monster, became the shorthand reference, a label that both identified and somehow reduced the enormity of his crimes to a nickname. Families of the identified victims faced horrific revelations about their loved ones' final hours. The evidence was explicit enough to remove doubt, but detailed enough to haunt them permanently. Support groups formed, victim advocates pushed for policy changes in how missing persons cases were handled, particularly for vulnerable populations. The case exposed systemic failures, how easily marginalized people could vanish, how little institutional urgency their disappearances generated, how someone like Rubin could exploit the gaps between intention and implementation in social services. The homeless shelter where several victims had stayed temporarily reviewed their protocols, implementing better tracking of residents, more thorough vetting of individuals offering employment or assistance. Youth programs where Rubin had volunteered scrambled to implement background checks and supervision requirements that seemed obvious in retrospect but hadn't existed systematically before. The community he had preyed upon organized, demanded visibility, insisted that the poverty and marginalization that made them vulnerable be addressed rather than ignored. But while Costa Rica processed the revelation of evil in its midst, Rubin himself remained eerily unchanged. In custody, he was a model prisoner, compliant, quiet, causing no disciplinary problems. Guards noted he seemed more comfortable in jail than most inmates, as if the structure and isolation suited him. He read extensively, mostly nonfiction about criminology, psychology, forensic science. He was studying his own case from the inside, analyzing the investigation that caught him with the detachment of an academic reviewing someone else's research. His attorney, public defender Miguel Torres, faced an impossible task, defending someone whose guilt was overwhelming and who showed no interest in mounting a genuine defense. He wanted to plead guilty immediately, Torres later told a legal ethics conference. Not because he felt remorse, he made that clear, but because a trial seemed pointless to him. He'd been caught, the evidence was solid, so why waste time with theater? I had to explain repeatedly that the legal system requires certain processes regardless of his pragmatic assessment. Torres eventually convinced Rubin that going through trial allowed him control over his narrative, an argument that appealed to the professor's need for authorship of his own story. Even facing overwhelming evidence and probable life imprisonment, Rubin wanted to ensure his crimes were understood on his terms, presented as the calculated project he believed them to be rather than the savage butchery they actually were. The trial was scheduled for February 2000, giving prosecutors time to organize the mountain of evidence, to prepare victim testimony from surviving family members, to construct a case that would ensure maximum sentencing under Costa Rican law. But before the trial began, investigators made one more discovery that added a final horrific dimension to an already nightmarish case. Hidden in a sealed container buried in Rubin's backyard, beneath the overgrown garden where neighbors had occasionally seen him digging at odd hours, they found additional journals. earlier ones dating back to his teenage years. The pages revealed that his first victim had been killed when Rubin was only 19 years old, that his experimentation with torture and murder had begun far earlier than anyone suspected, that the 7 to 11 confirmed victims represented only the mature phase of a much longer career of predation. The teenage journals were less sophisticated, more emotional, showing a progression from fantasy to planning to execution. They documented his conscious decision to develop the psychological detachment he would later describe as necessary for productive work. He had trained himself to become the monster he became, deliberately cultivating psychopathic traits through practice and self-discipline. This discovery meant the true victim count would never be known. How many people had Rubin killed over 23 years? How many families had lost sons, brothers, fathers without ever knowing what happened to them? The question haunted investigators, but they could do nothing except add these suspicions to a file that was already gorged with horror. As the trial date approached, Costa Rica prepared to confront its monster in the formal arena of justice, to hear testimony, to see evidence, to render judgment. But everyone involved understood that whatever sentence the court imposed, whatever legal resolution emerged, the damage was permanent. The Black Canes monster had taken lives, destroyed families, and shattered Costa Rica's comforting illusion that peace could be maintained simply by declaring it so. Evil required no permission to operate. It simply needed opportunity, patience, and the camouflage of normalcy. Rubin Villalobos Herrera had possessed all three, and the scars he left would outlive him by generations. The courtroom in downtown San Jose had hosted countless trials, but few carried the weight of February 14, 2000. A date grimly ironic given its association with love, chosen for the opening of proceedings against a man who had demonstrated love's absolute opposite. Security was unprecedented. Metal detectors, armed guards, bomb-sniffing dogs. Threats against Rubin Villalobos Herrera had poured in from across Costa Rica and internationally, though most came from citizens rather than the families of his victims, who largely desired quiet justice rather than theatrical vengeance. The courtroom gallery filled hours before proceedings began. Journalists occupied the first rows, cameras ready despite restrictions on photographing the defendant. Behind them sat advocacy groups, criminologists, psychology students, and citizens who felt compelled to witness this moment of reckoning. The families of identified victims had been given a private section, separated by screens from the general audience, sparing them the invasive scrutiny of public grief. When Rubin entered, escorted by 4 guards despite his small stature and apparent docility, a visceral reaction rippled through the room, a collective intake of breath, a subtle physical recoil. He wore a simple gray suit, wire-rimmed glasses, hair neatly combed. He could have been attending a faculty meeting. The ordinariness of his appearance somehow amplified the horror of his acts, a walking reminder that evil rarely announces itself with horns and fangs. He sat calmly, consulted briefly with his attorney, then folded his hands on the table and waited with the patience of someone accustomed to playing long games. Chief Prosecutor Adriana Campos, a veteran of Costa Rica's specialized violent crime unit, had prepared for this trial with meticulous intensity. Her opening statement lasted 47 minutes and was delivered with controlled fury that never spilled into emotional display. She knew Rubin would find emotional vulnerability interesting rather than uncomfortable, and she refused to provide him that satisfaction. "The defense will not dispute the facts of this case," she began, immediately addressing the elephant in the courtroom. "The defendant has admitted to the murders of at least 7 young men. He has described his methods, his motivations, his utter lack of remorse. What we must accomplish here is not establishing guilt, that is beyond dispute, but ensuring that the full scope of his crimes is understood, documented, and met with appropriate consequences under the law." She then proceeded to introduce the evidence systematically: the journals with their clinical descriptions of torture, the photographs from his workshop showing bloodstains and restraints, the DNA evidence linking him to victims, the recovered remains that bore physical evidence of the suffering inflicted before death. Each piece of evidence was presented not to shock, though shock was unavoidable, but to build an irrefutable wall of proof that would support the maximum sentence possible under Costa Rican law. Costa Rica had abolished the death penalty in 1877, making it one of the first nations globally to reject capital punishment. The maximum sentence available was life imprisonment, technically a renewable 50-year term. Campos intended to ensure Rubin received multiple consecutive life sentences, guaranteeing he would never breathe free air again regardless of any potential future policy changes around sentencing. The testimony phase began with forensic experts who described the physical evidence in technical terms that somehow made it more horrible rather than less. Dr. Rodrigo Sanchez, the forensic pathologist who had examined recovered remains, testified about injury patterns that indicated victims had survived for extended periods after initial assault, that torture had been inflicted with knowledge of human anatomy, that death had come slowly and painfully in multiple cases. The individual who did this understood exactly how to maximize suffering. Dr. Sanchez testified, his voice steady despite the material. The placement of wounds, the methods used, the progression of injuries. This was not frenzied or impulsive violence. This was calculated, knowledgeable, and deliberately prolonged. Detective Maria Solis walked the court through the investigation, describing how years of disappearances had been connected, how the witness testimony had led to Rubin's identification, how the search of his property had revealed the scope of his crimes. Her testimony was factual, professional, but when asked about the impact of this case on investigators, she paused before answering. "I've worked violent crime for 12 years, she said quietly. "I've seen terrible things, but this case, the premeditation, the patience, the complete absence of humanity in how he approached these murders. Several investigators required counseling. We're trained to maintain professional distance, but there are cases that breach that distance. This is one of them." Then came the families. The prosecution had debated whether to call them. Their testimony added little legally that wasn't already established, but ultimately decided their voices needed to be heard, that the victims needed to be seen as more than entries in Rubin's journals, more than subjects and numbers. Rosa Solis, mother of Marco Antonio, testified about her son's struggles and his attempts to rebuild his life, about his kindness despite the hardships he'd faced, about the last conversation they'd had where he'd sounded hopeful because he'd found work with a professor who seemed to care. Her voice broke describing the moment detectives came to confirm that remains found in a coffee plantation were her son, that his death had been neither quick nor merciful. "I want him to understand," she said, looking directly at Rubin for the first time, "that Marco was not a subject. He was my baby. He had a name, a history, people who loved him. You took more than his life. You took his future, his children he'll never have, his old age will never share. And you did it for curiosity, for research. You're not a researcher. You're a thief who stole lives that weren't yours to take." Rubin watched her testimony with an expression of mild attention, the way one might watch a moderately interesting documentary. No shame, no discomfort, no reaction beyond a detached observation of her pain. That absence of response was perhaps more damning than any defense he could have mounted. Other families testified, fathers, siblings, a grandmother who had raised one victim after his mother died. Each testimony painted a portrait of young men who had struggled but persevered, who had trusted the wrong person at the wrong time, who had been reduced to data points in the journals of someone who saw them as material rather than human. The defense, such as it was, offered no witnesses, no character references, no attempt to humanize Rubin or contextualize his crimes. Public defender Miguel Torres rose for his closing statement with visible reluctance, a man fulfilling professional obligation despite personal revulsion. "I stand before you in the most difficult position an attorney can face," Torres began. "My client has confessed. The evidence is overwhelming. My duty is not to convince you of innocence. There is none, but to ensure the legal process is followed correctly, that even someone who has committed acts of profound evil receives the procedural protections our justice system guarantees to all." He paused, searching for words that would fulfill his role without insulting the intelligence of the court or the suffering of the families. "What my client did cannot be explained in ways that provide comfort or understanding. The psychiatric evaluations confirm he is legally sane, fully aware of his actions and their consequences. He chose this path deliberately, sustained it for years, and shows no remorse. I cannot and will not ask for leniency he doesn't deserve. I can only ask that the court impose sentence according to law, that justice be served through our legal institutions rather than through rage, and that this case prompt examination of how our society failed to protect the most vulnerable among us until it was too late. It was perhaps the most honest closing statement ever delivered in that courtroom, an admission that defense was impossible, that the best outcome was procedural correctness in the face of horror. Prosecutor Campos delivered her closing with prosecutorial precision, summarizing evidence, connecting it to charges, methodically building toward her sentencing recommendations. But she concluded with words that transcended legal technicality. Ruben Villalobos Herrera presents us with a question that every society must eventually face. What do we do with evil? Not the passionate evil of a moment's rage, not the desperate evil of survival gone wrong, but calculated, sustained, remorseless evil that views human suffering as academic exercise. Costa Rica abolished the death penalty because we believe in the possibility of redemption, in the value of all human life. This defendant tests that belief to its limit. She turned to face Ruben directly. But our laws exist precisely for cases like this. When confronted with someone who has no empathy, who cannot be rehabilitated because he sees nothing wrong with what he's done, who would continue if given opportunity, our answer is permanent removal from society. Not death, because we do not become killers ourselves, but permanent, absolute, irrevocable separation. You will die in prison, and that is as it should be. The panel of 3 judges, Costa Rica used a tribunal system rather than jury trials for major criminal cases, deliberated for 6 hours. When they returned, the gallery rose in silence. Senior Judge Fernando Mora read the verdict with grave formality. In the matter of the state versus Ruben Villalobos Herrera, on 7 counts of aggravated murder, we find the defendant guilty on all counts. On 14 counts of aggravated sexual assault, guilty on all counts. On 7 counts of torture, guilty on all counts. On charges of kidnapping, false imprisonment, and abuse of corpse, guilty on all counts. The litany continued, 47 separate charges, guilty verdicts on every single one. Then came sentencing. The defendant is hereby sentenced to 7 consecutive life terms, each defined as 50 years imprisonment. Additionally, he is sentenced to 390 years for associated charges, to be served consecutively. The total effective sentence is 640 years imprisonment without possibility of parole, probation, or sentence reduction. The defendant will be remanded to maximum security facilities for the remainder of his natural life. It was the harshest sentence in Costa Rican legal history, a symbolic number that ensured even if some future government commuted sentences, Ruben Villalobos Herrera would never walk free. The mathematics of justice, calculated to match the scope of his crimes. Ruben showed no reaction. He nodded slightly, as if the judges had confirmed something he'd already concluded, then allowed guards to escort him from the courtroom. His last view of freedom was the assembled faces of those who had spent months ensuring he'd never have it again. But the story of the Black Canes monster didn't end with that verdict. The aftermath rippled outward in ways both predictable and surprising. The house in Barrio Mexico was demolished within months of the trial's conclusion. No one wanted to live there, to inherit the psychic stain of what had occurred within those walls. The lot sat empty for years before eventually being converted into a small community park, a deliberate transformation of a space of death into a space for children, for life, for futures Ruben's victims never got to experience. A plaque lists the names of the 7 identified victims, ensuring they are remembered as people rather than as statistics. Legislative changes followed. Costa Rica overhauled its missing persons protocols, particularly for vulnerable populations. The Ley Marco reforms created specialized units for investigating disappearances of homeless and at-risk youth, implemented mandatory cross-referencing of cases for pattern detection, and required regular audits of open investigations to prevent cases from going cold through bureaucratic neglect. The reforms were nicknamed Marco's Law after Marco Antonio Solis, one of Ruben's victims whose case had languished for months before being connected to the broader investigation. Social service organizations received increased funding for homeless youth programs, transitional housing, and job training, efforts to address the systemic vulnerabilities Ruben had exploited. The reforms came too late for his victims, but potentially saved others from future predators who might follow his model. The case also prompted uncomfortable national introspection. Costa Rica's self-image as a peaceful paradise had been confronted with evidence that evil flourished in paradise just as readily as anywhere else, that proclamations of peace meant nothing without vigilant protection of the vulnerable, that assuming goodness in others could be fatal for those who had no safety net when that assumption proved wrong. Universities incorporated the case into criminal psychology and forensic science curricula, always with appropriate warnings about the disturbing content, always with emphasis on the investigative techniques and systemic failures rather than glorification of the crimes themselves. The case became a teaching tool for understanding psychopathy, predatory behavior, and the importance of looking beyond comfortable assumptions. Rubin himself disappeared into Costa Rica's prison system, held in administrative segregation for his own protection. Despite his crimes, prison culture followed its own justice codes, and child killers and those who preyed on the vulnerable occupied the lowest tier of inmate hierarchies. He spent 23 hours per day in a small cell, 1 hour in a private exercise yard, no contact with general population. Guards who worked his unit reported he remained exactly as he'd appeared in court. Calm, compliant, utterly unchanged by his circumstances. He wrote letters that were screened before being sent, mostly to academics and journalists who studied serial offenders, and he maintained meticulous routines. In prison, as in freedom, he performed the role of person without actually being one. He gave occasional interviews to researchers studying psychopathy, always with institutional oversight, always with explicit understanding that he would receive no benefits or considerations for his participation. In these interviews, he remained consistent. No remorse, no rehabilitation, no evolution toward empathy. He discussed his crimes with the same clinical detachment he'd shown in his journals, viewing himself as a case study in human behavioral extremes. "I understand why society must imprison me," he told one forensic psychiatrist in 2003. "My impulses are incompatible with social stability, but I don't regret what I did any more than a lion regrets hunting. It's what I am. You can cage me, but you can't change the fundamental nature that led to those actions." This immutability frustrated mental health professionals hoping to understand pathways to rehabilitation. Rubin represented the extreme edge of antisocial personality disorder, the individuals for whom no therapy, no intervention, no consequence produces genuine change because there is no emotional foundation on which to build change. He could learn to mimic remorse if it served his interests, but he couldn't feel it. The families of his victims processed their grief in various ways. Some became advocates, speaking at conferences about victims' rights, testifying before legislative committees about systemic reforms. Others withdrew entirely, seeking privacy to heal away from public attention. Rosa Solis started a foundation providing support services to families of missing persons, turning her devastating loss into action that helped others navigate similar nightmares. Several families pursued civil litigation against institutions where Rubin had worked or volunteered, arguing that inadequate background checks and supervision had enabled his access to victims. These cases resulted in policy changes and financial settlements that, while they couldn't restore what was lost, at least imposed consequences on institutional negligence. As years passed, the intense media attention faded. New crimes, new scandals, new horrors claimed headlines. The Black Canes monster became a reference point in Costa Rica's cultural memory, invoked when discussing violent crime, mentioned in true crime documentaries, studied in academic settings, but no longer dominating daily conversation. Yet, for those directly impacted, time provided no distance. The families still carried their loss. The investigators still saw those crime scene photographs in moments of quiet. The communities where victims had lived still felt the absence of young men who should have grown old, who should have had children and careers and ordinary happy moments that were stolen before they could begin. And in his cell, Rubin Villalobos Herrera continued his existence, neither remorseful nor defiant, neither suffering nor satisfied, simply continuing. A human-shaped void where empathy should exist, proof that some broken things cannot be fixed, only contained. The case of the Black Canes monster stands as a testament to several uncomfortable truths. That evil can wear the most ordinary faces, that systems designed to protect the vulnerable often fail those who need them most, that some people are fundamentally incompatible with civilized society not through circumstance or trauma but through basic nature, and that justice, while necessary, can never truly balance the scales when lives have been taken and suffering inflicted. Costa Rica learned these lessons in blood and horror. The reforms that followed were purchased at the price of 7 confirmed lives. Likely more, ended in that workshop in Barrio, Mexico by a man who saw human beings as subjects in an experiment only he understood. The story offers no redemption because Ruben never sought it. It offers no neat resolution because the pain he inflicted continues to radiate outward through concentric circles of trauma. What it offers instead is a reminder. Vigilance matters, vulnerability requires protection, and the assumption of goodness in others, while necessary for society to function, must be tempered with realistic assessment of human capacity for harm. On quiet nights in Costa Rica, when conversations turn to true crime or cultural history, someone will eventually mention El Monstruo de Canis Negras. The name alone is enough, no explanation needed for those who remember. It serves as shorthand for a period when the nation confronted its own naivety, when paradise learned that monsters don't require permission to hunt, only opportunity. And in maximum security, separated from the world he terrorized, Ruben Villalobos Herrera serves his 640-year sentence one day at a time, a reminder that some people must be locked away not for punishment in any meaningful sense. Punishment requires the capacity to experience consequence, but simply because they cannot be trusted to exist among others. The families of his victims visit their graves. The detectives who caught him carry the memories. The justice system implemented reforms. Life continued, as it always does, flowing around the void his crimes created. But the void remains. 7 young men who should be in their 40s now, living lives, raising families, contributing to their communities, gone. Erased. Reduced to names on a memorial plaque and entries in criminal justice textbooks. That is the true legacy of the Black Canes monster. Not the sensational details of his crimes, not the psychological theories about what made him what he was, but the simple, permanent absence of lives that should have been lived, futures that should have unfolded, potential that was extinguished in that workshop by someone who saw human beings as nothing more than interesting specimens in a research project only he understood. Justice was served. The monster was caged. The story became history. But for 7 families, 7 groups of friends, 7 communities that knew these young men, the wound never fully closes. The scars over become something they learn to live with, but it never truly heals. And perhaps that's the final truth of cases like this. Some damage cannot be undone. Some losses cannot be recovered. Some evil leaves marks that persist long after the perpetrator is gone from society. Ruben Villalobos Herrera will die in prison, likely years from now, his passing noted in a brief news article that rehashes his crimes and confirms his death. There will be no mourners at his grave. No one will speak fondly of his memory. He will disappear from the world as completely as he tried to make his victims disappear. But those victims, Marco, Luis, Daniel, and the others whose names became known, plus those who remain unidentified, they persist in memory, in advocacy, in reforms that bear their names and protect others. Their lives, though cut brutally short, ultimately mattered more than his ever did. That, perhaps, is the closest thing to justice that cases like this can offer. The victims are remembered as people with names and stories and value, while the monster who tried to reduce them to numbers becomes nothing more than a cautionary tale, a warning, a name spoken in darkness to remind us all that evil exists and vigilance matters. The Black Canes monster hunted in shadows, but the light eventually found him, and in that light, he was revealed as what he truly was. Not a person, not even a monster in any mythological sense, but simply an absence, a human-shaped hole where empathy and conscience should have existed. And now he exists in a cell, contained but not changed, a reminder that some threats can only be managed, never truly solved. The case is closed. The sentence is served, but the scars remain. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to hear where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, be sure to like this video and subscribe so you don't miss the next true crime story to help you drift off to sleep. Now, let's move on to our third story. Story 3. The Monster of the Mangroves. They thought the swamp was swallowing their children until they discovered something far worse was feeding them to it. He didn't just kill in the darkness. He made the darkness his accomplice, and every shadow became a grave. We chase monsters through the night, believing we hold the light that will expose them. But what happens when the monster you're hunting has already been watching you? What happens when the predator knows your name, your path, your children's faces? Tonight, we descend into the fetid heart of the mangroves, where a killer didn't just take lives. He dissolved them into myth, into whispers, into the very water that communities drank from. This is the story of a man who weaponized an entire ecosystem, who turned nature itself into his burial ground, and who proved that the most terrifying monsters don't lurk in our nightmares. They blend into our neighborhoods, our churches, our daily routines, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Welcome to the true story of the monster of the mangroves. The mangroves don't forget. Those ancient, twisted roots that claw into brackish water hold memories in their bark. Secrets pressed into rings of wood that will never see a laboratory, never confess under fluorescent lights. Along the southeastern coast, where saltwater kisses fresh and both surrender to something neither, the mangroves create labyrinths. Channels that appear during high tide vanish when the water retreats. Paths that seem familiar rearrange themselves in the dark. It's a place where the earth refuses to be solid and the water refuses to be simple. This is where our story begins, not with a body, but with an absence. Maria Santos disappeared on a Tuesday. The detail matters because Tuesdays were her routine, her sacred pattern. Every Tuesday at 4:30 in the afternoon, she walked from the textile factory where she spent 10 hours feeding fabric through industrial machines, her fingers stained with dye that never completely washed away. She would stop at the small market on Rua das Palmeiras, buy rice and black beans, sometimes a piece of fish wrapped in brown paper, and then continue the final kilometer to her home. Her daughter, 6-year-old Gabriella, would be waiting at the window, small hands pressed against glass, watching for her mother's familiar silhouette against the setting sun. On this particular Tuesday, Gabriella watched until the sun died completely. Then she watched the darkness. The police report filed 3 days later treated Maria's disappearance with the casual indifference reserved for poor women in coastal communities. Women like Maria vanished with disturbing regularity. Ran off with lovers, the reports suggested, or fled debts, or simply grew tired of the grinding poverty that turned 30-year-old hands into ancient leather. The detective who took the report didn't write down half of what Maria's sister told him. He didn't note that Maria's savings, 3 months of carefully hoarded bills hidden in a coffee tin, remained untouched. He didn't record that Gabriella's birthday was in 5 days and Maria had already bought the cake ingredients. He certainly didn't walk to the mangroves, but Maria's sister did. Ana Santos had 15 years on Maria, and those years had taught her what the police refused to learn: that poor women don't vanish by choice. They vanish because someone makes them disappear. She walked Maria's route in reverse, starting from home and working backward. She asked questions at the market, at the factory, at the small chapel where Maria sometimes stopped to light candles. Nothing. No one had seen anything unusual. Maria had simply stepped from the visible world into smoke. Ana reached the section where the paved road surrendered to packed earth, where civilization's confident grip loosened into something more tentative. To her left, the mangroves began, not gradually, but abruptly, as if some ancient contract decreed that human order ended precisely here and the old chaos resumed its reign. The trees rose from water the color of weak tea, their roots forming Gothic arches that descended into depths impossible to measure. The air changed here, thicker, weighted with decay and salt, and the sweet rot of vegetation locked in an eternal cycle of drowning and resurrection. Something pale caught her eye 20 meters into the tangle. A flash of fabric moving against the dark roots, animated by current or wind or something else. Ana stood at the edge, calculating. The water reached mid-thigh here, but every step would take her deeper into channels that could suddenly drop away into nothing. The bottom, if there was a bottom, might be mud soft enough to swallow a woman whole or sharp with the broken bottles and rusted metal that accumulated in these forgotten spaces. She stepped in anyway. The water was warm and wrong, more viscous than water should be, thick with microscopic life and decomposing matter. Her feet sank into sediment that released bubbles of ancient gas, methane from vegetation that died when her grandmother was young. She waded toward the pale fabric, arms raised, trying to distribute her weight evenly as her mother had taught her decades ago when they harvested oysters from these same waters. The fabric was a blouse. Maria's blouse. Anna recognized the small embroidered flowers on the collar, work Maria had done herself during slow evenings while Gabriella slept. The blouse was tangled in roots, held fast by branches that seemed to grip rather than merely catch. Anna pulled, but the mangrove refused to release its prize. She pulled harder, and the fabric tore, and with the tearing came a smell that drove her backward, stumbling, gasping. Death has a signature. It announces itself in molecules that bypass conscious thought and trigger something older than language. This wasn't the clean smell of death, the peaceful passing of a grandmother who simply stopped breathing in her sleep. This was violent death, the kind where the body fights its destruction, where cells rupture and release their contents in a final, futile protest. Anna crashed back to solid ground and vomited into the grass. When she could breathe again, when the spots cleared from her vision, she ran to the police station. This time, they listened. This time, they came. The police brought dogs and divers and lights that turned the mangroves into a stage set for a nightmare. The dogs went mad at the water's edge, howling and pulling at their leashes, desperate to both enter and flee simultaneously. The divers suited up in equipment that seemed absurdly insufficient for what waited in that dark water. The first diver lasted 12 minutes before surfacing, ripping off his mask and refusing to return. The second lasted 8 minutes. The third wouldn't go in at all. What they found in those terrible minutes beneath the surface rewrote everything the local police thought they knew about death and disposal. Maria Santos wasn't alone in the mangroves. She had company, dozens of companions, all in various stages of returning to the elements. The mangrove roots had been arranged, modified, transformed into something between a burial ground and a larder. Bodies were wedged into the root systems at strategic points where the tide would keep them submerged during the day but partially exposed at night, where the rich ecosystem of the mangroves would accelerate decomposition, where crabs and fish would perform the grim work of erasing identity. This was a system, process, a method refined over time. The medical examiner who performed the preliminary assessment stood in the mobile unit they'd parked at the site and tried to explain to the assembled officers what he'd seen. His hands shook as he held his coffee, and the coffee was laced with something that wasn't coffee. Maria Santos had been dead for 3 to 4 days. The woman found 6 meters deeper into the mangroves had been dead for perhaps 3 months. The skeletal remains tangled with electrical wire and rebar had been there for at least 2 years, possibly 5. The condition of the remains made precise dating nearly impossible. How many bodies total? No one could answer. The mangroves covered hundreds of hectares. The killer, and everyone now understood there was a killer, had chosen his graveyard with horrifying intelligence. The tidal patterns here were extreme, a 3-meter difference between high and low tide. Bodies placed at the correct depth would remain completely submerged during high tide, invisible to anyone passing by in boats or walking the elevated paths. During low tide, the exposure would be minimal and brief, just enough to let the air-breathing decomposers do their work before the sea returned. And the salt water performed another service. Corrupted evidence. DNA degraded rapidly in the brackish environment. Fingerprints sloughed away with the skin that housed them. Dental records became a primary identification method, but many of the victims were poor women who'd never seen a dentist, whose teeth carried no official record. The investigation that should have begun with Maria Santos's disappearance now exploded into something that required resources the local department didn't possess. State police arrived, then federal investigators, then forensic specialists from the capital. They set up a base camp that looked more like an archaeological dig than a crime scene. Anthropologists worked alongside homicide detectives. Marine biologists consulted on tidal patterns and ecosystem behavior. A priest was brought in to bless the site, though he left after 1 day, pale and silent. They worked for 11 weeks. They removed 47 bodies in various states of preservation. They estimated at least 2 dozen more remained, too deep or too decomposed to recover without destroying what little evidence they might contain. 47 confirmed victims, perhaps 70 total, perhaps more. The mangroves kept their secrets closely. The victims shared commonalities that painted a portrait of targeted hunting. All women, ages ranging from 16 to 43. Most were poor, working class, the kind of women whose disappearances generated single-page police reports and community shrugs. Some had been sex workers. Others worked in factories or cleaned houses or sold goods from roadside stands. Several had been mothers. At least 3 had been pregnant when they died. The causes of death varied, which disturbed the investigators more than a single methodology would have. This suggested evolution, experimentation, a killer refining his craft. The earliest victims showed signs of strangulation. Later victims exhibited blunt force trauma. The most recent showed evidence of stabbing. He was learning, adapting, discovering what worked best for him, what satisfied whatever incomprehensible hunger drove him. But most disturbing was the evidence of planning, the calculated selection of the disposal site, the modification of the root systems to create what were essentially body cages, the timing of disposals to match tidal patterns. This wasn't passion. This wasn't rage. This was method. This was someone who treated murder as a craft to be perfected. The community convulsed with fear and speculation. Women who had walked freely now traveled in groups, even in daylight. Parents locked doors that had never known locks. The markets emptied at sunset. And everyone looked at everyone else with new suspicion, wondering which familiar face concealed the monster, which neighbor had turned the mangroves into a graveyard. Roberto Cardoso lived in a pale yellow house exactly 700 meters from where the first body was recovered. He lived alone, which wasn't unusual for a 43-year-old bachelor in a community where marriage typically came early. He worked as a maintenance supervisor for the municipal water department, which meant he had access to maps, to drainage systems, to the hidden infrastructure that carried water and waste beneath the town surface. He attended Mass on Sundays at Nossa Senhora dos Navegantes Church, sitting in the same pew, third from the back on the left side, beneath the statue of Saint Anthony. His neighbors described him as quiet, helpful, perhaps a bit odd. He volunteered to repair things: a leaking pipe, a broken gate, a window that wouldn't close properly. He was good with his hands, they said, patient, thorough. He'd fixed the church's sound system twice without charging anything beyond the cost of parts. He'd helped old Senora Martinez renovate her bathroom when she couldn't afford a proper contractor. He smiled rarely, but when he did, it transformed his face into something almost handsome. He was, by all accounts, ordinary. The investigation touched him lightly at first. Police were interviewing everyone in the vicinity of the mangroves, taking statements, establishing timelines. Detective Carvalho and his partner knocked on Roberto's door on a Wednesday afternoon. Roberto answered immediately, as if he'd been expecting them, which he probably was. The entire neighborhood had been watching the police presence for weeks. He invited them in, offered coffee, showed them around when they asked if they might look through his home. The house was meticulously clean in a way that suggested discipline rather than compulsion. Everything had its place. The furniture was modest but well-maintained. The kitchen showed signs of regular use. A man who cooked for himself, who didn't rely on restaurants or family. In the small living room, a bookshelf held technical manuals about water treatment and plumbing, a worn Bible, several books about local history, and, oddly, a collection of poetry by Fernando Pessoa. Detective Carvalho noted the poetry. It seemed incongruous, a detail that didn't fit the rest of the picture. He pulled one volume from the shelf, and Roberto's expression flickered for just a moment. Something that might have been annoyance or might have been nothing at all. "You read poetry?" Carvalho asked. "Sometimes," Roberto said. Pessoa understood that we all wear masks, that we're all performing ourselves. It was the kind of statement that seemed profound and meaningless simultaneously. Carvalho noted it anyway. They found nothing suspicious during that first visit. Nothing that justified further investigation. Roberto had no criminal record, not even a traffic violation. His employment history was stable. His financial records showed modest earnings and modest spending. He paid his bills on time. He had a small savings account. He owned the house outright, having inherited it from his mother who died 7 years earlier. He was, the police concluded, exactly what he appeared to be. A quiet, unremarkable man living a quiet, unremarkable life. But Ana Santos didn't believe in unremarkable men who lived alone near mass graves. She began her own investigation, driven by a fury that had hardened into something colder and more patient than rage. She talked to women in the community, particularly older women, who noticed things that men in uniform overlooked. She learned that Roberto walked every evening, always the same route, always at dusk. She learned that he'd been seen near the mangroves multiple times, though he claimed he was checking municipal water runoff points, which was technically part of his job. She learned that women felt uncomfortable around him, though none could articulate exactly why. Just a sense that his attention, when it focused on you, felt wrong somehow. Ana also learned about Roberto's history, the parts that weren't in official records. His father had died when Roberto was 8, killed in an industrial accident that was never properly investigated because the factory owner had connections and money. His mother had raised him alone, working as a seamstress, and by all accounts, she'd been a hard woman made harder by circumstances. Several of Anna's sources remembered Roberto as a strange child, too quiet, too obedient, too still. He'd had no friends. He'd never played with other children. He'd sit and watch, they said, just watch, with those dark eyes that seemed too old for his face. In his 20s, Roberto had briefly dated a woman named Lucia Ferreira. The relationship lasted 3 months before Lucia ended it abruptly. She'd left town shortly after, moved to Sao Paulo, and hadn't returned. Ana tracked her down through a mutual acquaintance and called her. Lucia's voice went flat when Ana mentioned Roberto's name. "What about him?" Lucia asked. "Did he ever hurt you?" Silence stretched across the phone line, and Ana could hear Lucia breathing, calculating. "Not the way you mean," Lucia finally said. "He never hit me, but there was something broken in him. We'd be intimate and it was like he was studying me, learning me, not participating, just observing. And he had these fantasies he wanted to act out. Dark things, things about control and fear. I left because I realized he wasn't making love to me. He was rehearsing something else on me. Did you report this?" Lucia laughed bitterly. "Report what? That my boyfriend gave me a bad feeling? That his fantasies were weird? The police don't care about feelings. They barely care about crimes." Ana brought this information to Detective Carvalho. He listened, made notes, but explained that feelings and suspicions weren't evidence. They couldn't obtain a warrant based on an ex-girlfriend's discomfort from 15 years ago. They needed something concrete, physical evidence, a witness, a connection to one of the victims. The break came from an unlikely source, a 14-year-old boy named Paulo who spent his afternoons catching crabs in the shallows near the mangroves. Paulo had seen things during his expeditions, strange things he'd dismissed because children's logic works differently than adults. He'd seen a man matching Roberto's description in the mangroves multiple times over the past year, always at dusk, always moving deeper into the tangle with a purposefulness that didn't match someone simply walking for exercise. Once, Paulo had hidden when the man approached, some instinct telling him to remain unseen. He'd watched the man wade into the water carrying something wrapped in plastic, something heavy that required both arms. The man had disappeared into a channel for nearly 20 minutes before returning empty-handed. Paulo had thought the man was dumping trash, which people did despite the laws against it. He'd forgotten about it until the bodies started surfacing, and then the memory had returned with sickening clarity. Paulo told his mother. His mother told Ana. Ana told Carvalho. And finally, the investigation shifted its focus fully onto Roberto Cardoso. They obtained a warrant and searched his house again, this time bringing forensic specialists and cadaver dogs. The dogs alerted in Roberto's garage, in his car, and curiously, in the crawl space beneath his house. The forensic team found traces, microscopic evidence of death. Blood spatter that had been cleaned but not eliminated completely. Hair samples that would eventually match 3 of the victims. And in the crawl space, a plastic storage container holding items that constituted a trophy collection, jewelry, identification cards, a lock of hair tied with string, a small notebook filled with dates and names. The notebook was the most damning piece. 38 names, 38 dates. Not all matched identified victims, which meant the true count was even higher than they'd estimated. Roberto had been keeping score, documenting his kills with the meticulous care he brought to maintaining the municipal water system. They arrested him at his workplace on a Tuesday morning. He was checking pressure gauges at a pumping station when 6 officers arrived. They said he didn't resist, didn't seem surprised, didn't ask what he was being charged with. He simply set down his tools in their proper places, removed his work gloves, and held out his wrists for the cuffs. During the drive to the station, he spoke only once. Looking out the window at the mangroves passing by, he said, "They'll never find them all. The water keeps secrets better than people do." The interrogation lasted 13 hours, spread over 3 days. Roberto said nothing at first, sitting in silence while detectives presented evidence, showed him photos of victims, read him his rights repeatedly. His lawyer advised him not to speak, but on the 3rd day, something shifted. Roberto dismissed his lawyer and asked for Detective Carvalho specifically. When they were alone in the interrogation room, Roberto leaned back in his chair and smiled, that rare smile that transformed his face. "You want to know why?" he said. It wasn't a question. Carvalho said nothing, letting the silence stretch, letting Roberto fill it. "Everyone wants to know why, as if there's some reason that would make sense to you. As if I'm supposed to have had a terrible childhood or a head injury or some trauma that broke me. But I wasn't broken. I was always like this. I just learned to hide it better than most." "Like what?" Carvalho asked. "Empty," Roberto said. "I'm empty where other people are full. I look at people and I don't feel what you feel. No connection, no empathy, no recognition that you're the same as me. You're objects. Interesting objects, complex objects, but objects nonetheless. And objects can be used." He explained his methodology with the detached pride of a craftsman discussing his work. He'd selected victims based on availability and vulnerability. He'd approached them with different strategies, offering help with a broken car, asking for directions, sometimes simply following until opportunity presented itself. The killing itself was rarely the point, he explained. The point was the power, the absolute control over another human being in their final moments. The point was watching the exact second when they understood that no help was coming, that they were going to die, that their last experience would be his face looking down at them. "And the mangroves?" Carvalho asked, fighting to keep his voice steady. "Poetry," Roberto said. "The perfect marriage of form and function. The mangroves are like me. They appear to be one thing but are actually something else. They look like they're half-drowned, dying, but they're the most alive ecosystem in the region. They thrive in conditions that would kill other plants. They've adapted to survive by embracing what seems like destruction. I chose them because I recognized myself in them." He confessed to 41 murders. The notebook contained 38 names, but 3 additional victims weren't listed because, he said, they hadn't satisfied him. They'd been practice, mistakes, learning experiences that he deemed unworthy of documentation. When asked if he felt remorse, Roberto looked genuinely puzzled. "Remorse for what? For being what I am? Should the shark feel remorse for the seal? Should the spider apologize to the fly? I'm not pretending to be an animal. I'm telling you that morality is a human invention, and not all humans are bound by it. I'm evolution's mistake, the glitch in the code that proves your rules aren't natural law. They're just rules, and I chose not to follow them." The confession was detailed enough to be admissible despite the lawyer's absence. Roberto signed each page calmly, correcting a few details where he felt the detective had misunderstood his methods. When they finished, he asked for water and a sandwich. He ate slowly, methodically, as if he were alone instead of surrounded by officers who could barely stand to look at him. The trial of Roberto Cardoso began 7 months after his arrest and became a spectacle that consumed the entire region. The courthouse in São Luís had never seen this level of media attention. Reporters from national networks set up camps outside. International journalists arrived to cover what was being called the worst serial killing spree in Brazilian history. The victim count, 41 confirmed, potentially dozens more, placed Roberto among the most prolific serial killers anywhere in the world. The prosecution was led by Daniela Torres, a federal prosecutor with 17 years of experience and a reputation for methodical, devastating case building. She understood that this trial needed to accomplish multiple objectives. Obviously, they needed conviction, but beyond that, they needed to provide some measure of closure to the families, to demonstrate that justice still functioned even when confronted with monstrous evil, and to prevent Roberto from using the trial as a platform for his twisted philosophy. That last objective proved impossible. Roberto's state-appointed defense attorney, Marco Ribeiro, had an unenviable task. There was no defense in the traditional sense, no question of guilt, no alternative suspect to propose, no evidence to suppress. The evidence was overwhelming. Roberto's confession was detailed and damning. Ribeiro's only option was to argue diminished capacity, to claim that someone capable of such crimes must by definition be insane, and therefore should be committed to a psychiatric facility rather than prison. It was a strategy that required painting his client as a madman, which Roberto refused to allow. On the trial's opening day, the courtroom was absolutely packed. Families of the victims filled 3 rows, many wearing white and carrying photographs of their dead daughters, sisters, mothers. Security was intense. Rumors had circulated that someone might attempt to kill Roberto during the proceedings, and no one wanted to give him the mercy of a quick death. Judge Helena Carvalho, no relation to the detective, presided with an expression carved from stone, her eyes revealing nothing of what she might be thinking. Roberto entered wearing a plain gray suit, his hands cuffed, his expression peaceful. He looked like an accountant or a bank clerk, someone forgettable and mild. This was part of what made him terrifying, the absolute absence of visible monstrosity. He looked human because he was human, and that meant the capacity for what he'd done lived somewhere in the human genome, waiting for the right combination of factors to express itself. Prosecutor Torres began with the victims. This was strategic. Before the jury heard about Roberto's crimes in detail, they needed to understand the lives he'd stolen. She called family members to testify, and each testimony built a portrait of ordinary women living ordinary lives who'd been erased by extraordinary evil. Ana Santos spoke about Maria, about her sister's dreams of sending Gabriela to a better school, about how Maria would sometimes stand at the window and stare at the ocean, wondering aloud what lay beyond the horizon. Ana broke down twice during her testimony, and the second time, she turned to look directly at Roberto and asked him why. Why Maria? Why not him? Why did he get to breathe and choose and continue while Maria was bones in the mud? Roberto met her gaze without flinching. He didn't answer. Teresa Oliveira testified about her daughter Camila, 19 years old, who'd been saving money to attend nursing school. Camila had disappeared while walking home from her evening shift at a convenience store. Her body had been among the earliest recovered, identified by dental records and a distinctive birthmark on her shoulder. Teresa showed the court photos of Camila, laughing at her 16th birthday party, holding a newborn cousin, posing in her convenience store uniform with a proud smile. Teresa's voice was steady until she described identifying her daughter's remains, and then it shattered completely. The testimonies continued for days. Each one was a small funeral, a public grieving, an attempt to restore humanity to women who'd been reduced to case numbers and forensic evidence. The jury sat silent, several members openly weeping. Roberto sat silent as well, occasionally taking notes on a legal pad his lawyer had provided, his expression never changing. When the prosecution moved to the evidence phase, the courtroom's atmosphere shifted from grief to horror. Torres presented the forensic findings in excruciating detail. The manner of death for each victim, the evidence of torture in several cases, the timeline that demonstrated Roberto had been killing for at least 6 years, possibly longer. She showed photographs of the mangrove recovery site, images that several jury members literally turned away from. The trophy collection was displayed: 23 pieces of jewelry, 17 identification cards, locks of hair, and the notebook. Torres read from the notebook, matching dates with missing persons reports, demonstrating the calculated nature of Roberto's hunting. He'd sometimes gone months between kills, showing patience and planning. He'd sometimes killed twice in 1 month, suggesting periods of escalation. The pattern indicated someone fully in control of his actions, someone making conscious choices. The defense's turn came, and Ribeiro did his best with impossible materials. He called psychiatric experts who testified about antisocial personality disorder, about psychopathy, about the neurological differences observed in individuals who lack empathy. One expert showed brain scans comparing normal patterns of emotional response to those typical of psychopaths, arguing that these differences were biological, not chosen. If Roberto Cardoso's brain is physically incapable of processing empathy the way a normal brain does, Ribeiro argued, then how can we hold him fully culpable for actions that result from that incapacity? We don't hold someone with dementia responsible for actions they take during an episode. We recognize that their brain is damaged, that they're not fully in control. The same principle should apply here. It was a reasonable argument that ignored the central problem. Roberto had never lost control. He'd planned, executed, and concealed his crimes with remarkable sophistication. He'd held a job, maintained a home, interacted with neighbors without arousing suspicion. He'd been functional in every way except one. He'd chosen to kill. The prosecution's rebuttal was devastating. Torres brought in her own expert, Dr. Patricia Mendez, a forensic psychiatrist who'd evaluated dozens of serial killers. Dr. Mendez testified that while Roberto certainly showed signs of psychopathy, psychopathy itself wasn't insanity. Millions of people with psychopathic traits lived law-abiding lives, she explained. They became surgeons, CEOs, soldiers, professions where emotional detachment could even be advantageous. What separated Roberto from functional psychopaths wasn't his lack of empathy. It was his choice to act on his violent impulses. He knew right from wrong, Dr. Mendez testified. The evidence is clear in his behavior. He concealed his crimes. He selected vulnerable victims. He disposed of bodies in ways designed to prevent discovery. These aren't the actions of someone who doesn't understand morality. These are the actions of someone who understands it perfectly and chooses to violate it anyway. He's not insane. He's evil. The word landed like a physical blow. Evil. It was almost never used in courtrooms, where clinical language dominated and motivations were analyzed rather than judged. But Dr. Mendez had deliberately chosen it, and Torres didn't object. The jury needed to hear it named for what it was. The turning point came when Roberto himself took the stand. Against his lawyer's frantic advice, Roberto insisted on testifying. Ribeiro looked physically ill as his client was sworn in, knowing that nothing good could come from this. Roberto spoke for 3 hours. He was articulate, intelligent, and completely unrepentant. He explained his philosophy in detail, his belief that traditional morality was evolutionary programming that some individuals naturally transcended. He described specific murders with clinical precision, analyzing his own techniques as if discussing someone else's work. When Torres questioned him about specific victims, asking if he'd felt anything when taking their lives, he responded with genuine thoughtfulness. "I felt satisfaction," he said. "The satisfaction of skill successfully applied. The same feeling you might get from winning a court case, I imagine. You plan your strategy, you execute it, and when it works, you feel accomplished. That's not evil, that's human nature. The only difference is the arena where we exercise our skills." "These were human beings," Torres said, her voice shaking despite her attempts at control. "Not cases, not strategies. Human beings with families and dreams and futures." "To you," Roberto replied calmly, "to me, they were opportunities to exercise the one skill I possess at a level approaching mastery. You're welcome to judge that. You're programmed to judge that. But your judgment doesn't change what I am." He sealed his fate in those 3 hours. Whatever small chance existed that a jury might be swayed by the insanity defense evaporated as Roberto demonstrated with perfect clarity that he understood exactly what he'd done, why it was considered wrong, and why he'd done it anyway. The closing arguments were almost anticlimactic. Ribeiro made a desperate plea for mercy, arguing that executing or imprisoning someone for being exactly what biology made them was itself a kind of injustice. Torres stood before the jury and simply said, 41 women, 41 mothers, daughters, sisters, friends. 41 lives ended because one man decided his satisfaction mattered more than their existence. Justice doesn't require complex philosophy. It requires us to protect the vulnerable from predators. Roberto Cardoso is a predator. He's told you himself. Believe him. The jury deliberated for 4 hours. They returned unanimous verdicts of guilty on all 41 counts of aggravated murder. Judge Carvalho sentenced Roberto to 41 consecutive life terms. An impossibility in practical terms, but a symbolic statement that his crimes exceeded any single lifetime's worth of punishment. As the sentence was read, Roberto smiled. That smile again, transforming his face into something that wasn't quite human, or was perhaps too human, revealing something that lived in the species that everyone preferred to deny. "The mangroves remember," he said as guards moved to escort him out. "They'll keep my secrets long after you've forgotten my name." Roberto Cardoso disappeared into the federal prison system, but his shadow remained. The trial had excavated questions that communities along the coast couldn't answer and couldn't stop asking. How had 41 women vanished without triggering alarm? Why had police treated the early disappearances with such casual indifference? What systematic failures had allowed a predator to hunt freely for at least 6 years? The government launched an investigation into the local police department's handling of missing persons cases. What they found was simultaneously unsurprising and devastating. Of the 41 victims Roberto had confessed to killing, police reports existed for only 19. 22 women had disappeared without anyone filing official reports, without any formal acknowledgement that they'd existed and then ceased to exist. These were the most vulnerable: undocumented immigrants, sex workers, women estranged from their families, individuals whose absence created no ripples in the official world. For those 19 who'd been reported missing, the investigation revealed a pattern of neglect that bordered on complicity. Reports were filed and immediately filed away. Follow-up investigations were cursory or non-existent. Several detectives admitted they'd assumed the women had simply left town, as if poverty gave people the luxury of spontaneous relocation. One officer actually wrote in his notes, "Probable voluntary disappearance, unreliable lifestyle." The woman in question had been a single mother working 2 jobs to feed her children. Her lifestyle's only unreliable element had been a police force that didn't consider her worthy of protection. The police chief was forced to resign. 3 detectives were suspended without pay. The department implemented new protocols for missing persons cases, though activists pointed out that protocols were meaningless without cultural change, and cultural change didn't happen because of policy memos. The families of the victims formed a coalition, united by grief and fury. They raised money through community donations and hired a lawyer to file a civil suit against the municipality for negligence. The case argued that the police department's systematic failure to investigate the early disappearances had allowed Roberto to continue killing, and therefore the municipality bore partial responsibility for the later deaths. The suit was initially dismissed. The judge ruled that while the police response had been inadequate, there was no way to prove that better investigation would have identified Roberto earlier or prevented subsequent murders. The families appealed, and the case wound through the courts for 3 years before finally settling. The municipality admitted no wrongdoing but agreed to pay reparations to the families and to establish a victim advocacy office within the police department. Money couldn't resurrect the dead, but it could send children to school, pay for therapy, help families relocate away from the mangroves that haunted their dreams. Several families used their portions to establish memorial scholarships in their loved ones' names. Small lights kindled against the dark. The mangroves themselves became infamous. The stretch where the bodies had been recovered was cordoned off, though no physical barrier could completely prevent access. People came anyway, journalists filming segments, true crime enthusiasts seeking thrills, and, disturbingly, individuals who seemed to venerate Roberto's crimes. Local teenagers told stories about the site, elaborating Roberto's mythology with each retelling. Some claimed the mangroves were haunted, that you could hear screaming at certain tidal phases, that the water itself had absorbed the victim's terror and would release it under the right conditions. These stories were nonsense, but they pointed to something real: the community's need to process trauma through narrative. Roberto had violated the assumption that allowed people to function, that their neighbors were fundamentally safe, that the familiar face behind the counter or kneeling in the church pew next Sunday couldn't possibly harbor such calculated evil. That assumption, once shattered, couldn't be easily repaired. Dr. Patricia Mendez, the forensic psychiatrist who testified at trial, returned to the region 18 months after Roberto's conviction. She'd been commissioned to conduct a study on community trauma following serial murder cases, and the mangrove killings provided a unique case study. A small, interconnected population that had been hunting ground for a predator who'd hidden in plain sight. Her interviews revealed patterns of psychological damage that extended far beyond the victims' immediate families. Women in the community reported heightened anxiety, hypervigilance, difficulty sleeping. Many had changed their daily routines, avoiding certain streets, refusing to walk alone after dark, purchasing locks and alarm systems they couldn't afford. Several had moved away entirely, unable to remain in a place where every familiar landmark now carried associations with death. Men reported their own struggles, guilt for not having noticed, for not having protected, for having possibly encountered Roberto without recognizing the threat. Some had known him casually, had exchanged pleasantries, had maybe even accepted his help with a household repair. These men now dissected every remembered interaction, searching for signs they'd missed, clues that might have prevented tragedy if only they'd been more observant, more suspicious, more willing to believe that evil could wear such an ordinary face. Children absorbed the trauma in ways that manifested years later. Teachers reported behavioral changes, increased anxiety, separation issues, sudden irrational fears. One school counselor told Dr. Mendez about a 7-year-old girl who developed a phobia of water, any water, even bath water, because her mother had whispered to a neighbor that the killer had drowned those poor women in the swamp. The girl had overheard, had internalized, and now couldn't bathe without screaming. Dr. Mendez's report concluded that serial murder in small communities created a form of collective trauma distinct from urban cases. In cities, the sheer population provided psychological distance. The victims were strangers, the killer was unknown, and residents could maintain the comforting fiction that such horrors happened to other people in other neighborhoods. In a small community, that distance collapsed. Everyone knew at least one victim, at least indirectly. Everyone had walked the same streets as the killer. The violence became personal and inescapable. The Catholic Church struggled with its own crisis. Roberto had attended Mass regularly, had volunteered his time and skills, had presented himself as a faithful servant. Father Miguel, the elderly priest who'd accepted Roberto's help repairing the church's sound system, fell into a depression so severe that the diocese eventually transferred him to a monastery for his own well-being. He couldn't reconcile his failure to perceive evil with his understanding of his pastoral calling. If he couldn't recognize a monster sitting in his church, what use was his supposed spiritual discernment? His replacement, a younger priest named Father Lucas, took a different approach. Rather than avoiding the subject, he addressed it directly in his homilies, speaking about the nature of evil, the limitations of human judgment, and the theological problem of monstrous humans. His sermons drew crowds beyond his regular congregation. People hungry for some framework to understand what had happened, some way to integrate the horror into a worldview that still allowed for meaning and hope. "We want evil to announce itself," Father Lucas preached one Sunday morning. "We want it to arrive with horns and cloven hooves, clearly marked, easily identified. But evil is human. It walks on 2 legs and speaks our language and knows our customs. The devil's greatest trick wasn't convincing us he doesn't exist. It was convincing us he'd be recognizable if he did. Roberto Cardoso is evil, but he's human evil, and that's what we must grapple with. The darkness doesn't come from outside our species. It lives within it, waiting for the particular combination of circumstance and choice that allows it to manifest." These words provided some comfort, though comfort was perhaps the wrong goal. The community needed truth more than comfort, and the truth was harsh. Anyone could be a monster, and no amount of vigilance could guarantee safety. The investigation had officially closed with Roberto's conviction, but Ana Santos continued her own inquiry. She'd become obsessed with a question that nagged at her. Were there more victims? Roberto had confessed to 41 murders, but the notebook contained 38 names. He'd explained that 3 additional killings weren't recorded because they'd been unsatisfactory, but Anna didn't believe him. Liars sometimes tell the truth, but why would a man who'd confessed to 41 murders lie about the total? She returned to the records, comparing Roberto's documented timeline against missing persons reports from the entire region, not just the immediate area. She expanded her search to include reports from 5 years before his first acknowledged killing, reasoning that he might have been active longer than anyone suspected. She found 6 cases that matched the pattern: women who disappeared under circumstances similar to Roberto's known victims, women whose bodies had never been found, women whose cases had gone cold. She brought these cases to Detective Carvalho, who developed a grudging respect for Anna's investigative instincts. Carvalho reviewed her findings and agreed they warranted follow-up. He visited Roberto in prison, bringing photographs of the 6 women Anna had identified. Roberto was being held in isolation, partially for his own protection, partially because prison officials recognized that his presence in general population would be signing his death warrant. Roberto had aged in confinement. His hair had begun to gray at the temples. His face had thinned, sharpening his features into something more predatory, but his eyes remained unchanged, flat, assessing, empty of everything except calculation. Carvalho laid out the photographs one by one. Roberto glanced at them without interest. "Anna Santos sent you," he said. "It wasn't a question. She believes you killed these women. Anna believes I'm responsible for every missing woman in Brazil. Grief needs certainty. She wants to believe every unanswered question has me as the answer." "Did you kill them?" Roberto smiled. "Does it matter? You've convicted me. You've buried me alive in concrete and steel. What difference does it make if the number is 41 or 50 or 100? It matters to their families." "No," Roberto said softly. "It matters to you. You're like Anna, you need neat endings. You need every victim accounted for, every crime solved, every question answered. But life isn't neat. Some women I killed are buried in the mangroves you'll never search. Some women who disappeared had nothing to do with me. They ran away or met other violent men or simply ceased to be in ways that had nothing to do with me. You'll never know which is which. You'll spend the rest of your career wondering, and that uncertainty will corrode you the way it's corroding Anna." Carvalho gathered the photographs. "You're going to die in here, alone, forgotten." Roberto laughed, a sound without humor. "I'll never be forgotten. I've accomplished what most people only dream of. I've made a permanent mark. In 50 years, people will still tell stories about me. True crime documentaries will analyze my methods. Criminology students will study my case. I've achieved a kind of immortality. How many people can say that? Is that what it was about? Fame?" "It was about power," Roberto said. "Ultimate power over another human being. Everything else is just bonus." Carvalho left without another word. Some conversations couldn't be won because winning required the other person to be capable of shame, regret, or recognition of wrongdoing. Roberto possessed none of these capacities. He was exactly what he claimed to be, a human stripped of the psychological mechanisms that enabled civilization, operating according to logic that served only his own satisfaction. The 6 cases Anna had identified remained unsolved. Without confession or physical evidence, there was no way to definitively link them to Roberto. They joined thousands of other cold cases, files gathering dust in basement archives, representing people who'd vanished into the gaps between attention and negligence. 5 years after Roberto's conviction, a memorial was erected near the mangroves. The families had fought for it, arguing that the victims deserved public acknowledgement, a place where their names could be spoken and remembered. The local government had resisted. Officials worried the memorial would become a ghoulish tourist attraction, a celebration of horror rather than remembrance of victims. The compromise was a simple black granite wall installed in a small park half a kilometer from the recovery site. The wall listed 41 names, along with their ages at death and a single line: "Taken by violence, remembered with love. May their rest be peaceful, and may we remain vigilant." The dedication ceremony drew hundreds. Ana Santos spoke, her voice steady now, fortified by 5 years of anger that had calcified into purpose. She talked about Maria, about the sister who deserved a full life and had been granted only 30 years. She talked about the other victims, the common threads that connected them: poverty, vulnerability, the invisibility that society imposed on women who didn't have wealth or power or connections to protect them. Roberto Cardoso is a monster, Anna said. But he's not the only monster. The system that ignored these women's disappearances is a monster. The poverty that made them vulnerable is a monster. The indifference that treats certain lives as disposable is a monster. We've caged one monster, but the others remain free, and they'll create new Roberto Cardosos if we don't acknowledge them and fight them. Father Lucas blessed the memorial. Families placed flowers at its base, bright blooms against black stone, life asserting itself against death. Children too young to remember the events ran between the adults, their laughter a reminder that existence continued, that the community hadn't been completely destroyed by one man's evil. But even as the memorial was dedicated, even as the community gathered to remember and mourn, the mangroves continued their eternal cycle. The tides rose and fell. The roots reached deeper into brackish water. Fish and crabs performed their necessary work of consumption and decomposition. The ecosystem that Roberto had violated with his crimes had already absorbed and processed the violation, returning nutrients to the water, supporting new life that grew from the molecular remnants of death. The mangroves didn't judge. They didn't remember in any way that humans would recognize. They simply were, had been, and would be long after every person connected to these events had themselves returned to dust. Anna visited the memorial once a week, every week, for 3 years. Then her visits became monthly, then quarterly, not because she loved Maria less, but because she'd learned what every survivor eventually learns: that life demands continuation, that grief must eventually share space with other emotions, that remembering the dead doesn't require abandoning the living. She started a non-profit organization focused on advocating for missing persons, particularly women from marginalized communities. The organization provided resources for families, pressured police to maintain active investigations, and tracked patterns that might indicate serial predation. It was slow work, frustrating work, work that rarely produced satisfying results. But it was work that mattered. Other families found their own paths through grief. Some retreated into privacy, unwilling to let their loved one's memory be forever defined by how they died. Others became activists, channeling rage into systematic change. Several collaborated with Dr. Mendez on her ongoing research, hoping that by understanding how communities responded to serial murder, future communities might be better prepared to heal. Roberto remained in prison, where he would remain until death. He received letters from true crime enthusiasts, amateur psychologists trying to understand him, and disturbingly, admirers who saw him as some kind of dark prophet speaking truths that society refused to acknowledge. He responded to some letters, ignored others, and occasionally gave interviews to researchers studying serial murder, always presenting himself as a rational actor making logical choices rather than a monster driven by incomprehensible hunger. In one interview conducted 8 years after his conviction, a criminologist asked Roberto if he'd change anything if he could live his life again. "I'd start earlier," Roberto said without hesitation. "I wasted years trying to be normal, trying to fit in, suppressing what I was because I'd been taught it was wrong. If I could start over, I'd accept my nature from the beginning and act on it without the internal conflict. I'd be more efficient." "You don't regret the suffering you caused?" Roberto looked genuinely puzzled. "Regret is for people who believe they made a mistake. I didn't make mistakes. I executed a plan according to my nature. Should the lion regret the gazelle? Should the storm apologize for the flood? I'm what I am. I did what I was designed to do. The only regret I have is getting caught, and that's not moral regret. It's practical frustration." The interview was never broadcast in full. The network that commissioned it decided Roberto's words were too dangerous, too likely to inspire copycat criminals, or provide comfort to psychopaths who needed validation for their darkest impulses. The footage was archived, accessible only to researchers with proper credentials, locked away like the man himself. The final chapter of Roberto's story, if such stories can be said to have final chapters, came 14 years after his conviction. He died in prison of a heart attack at age 57. No foul play was suspected. His body wasn't claimed by any family member. The state cremated him, and his ashes were buried in an unmarked location. The coordinates kept secret to prevent the grave from becoming a pilgrimage site for those who might venerate rather than condemn. News of his death barely made the papers. A brief paragraph in the local section, a mention on the evening news, a few social media posts from people who remembered the case. The world had moved on to fresh horrors, new monsters, more recent nightmares. Roberto Cardoso was already becoming history, his crimes reduced to statistics and case studies, his victims reduced to numbers in criminology textbooks. But Ana Santos marked the date. She visited the memorial and stood before Maria's name carved in black granite. She didn't pray. She'd lost faith in prayer years ago. Instead, she spoke to her sister, told her that the monster who'd stolen her life had finally stopped breathing, that whatever remained of Roberto Cardoso was now ash and dust, incapable of causing more harm. He thought he'd be remembered forever, Ana said to the stone. But you know what will outlast him? This memorial, these names, the organizations we built from our grief, the laws we changed, the attention we forced onto victims that society wanted to ignore. He took your life, Maria, but he didn't take your meaning. We gave you that. We gave all of you that. The sun set over the mangroves, painting the sky in colors that had nothing to do with human tragedy. The water reflected the light, beautiful and indifferent. The roots reached deeper, as they had for thousands of years, as they would for thousands more. The ecosystem continued its eternal work of transformation, turning death into life, ending into beginning, horror into soil from which something new might eventually grow. The monster of the mangroves was dead, but the mangroves remained, keeping whatever secrets they still held, releasing nothing except what the tides demanded. And in homes throughout the region, mothers locked doors that had never needed locks, fathers walked their daughters to school, and children grew up learning that monsters were real and sometimes wore familiar faces. This was the legacy. Not the killer's infamy, but the vigilance his crimes had burned into a community. The awareness that safety was never guaranteed, that evil could flourish in the soil of indifference, that the price of civilization was eternal attention to those margins where predators hunted and society looked away. The memorial remained. The names remained. The grief remained, though it evolved into something bearable, something that allowed for laughter alongside tears, for hope alongside weariness, for life alongside the permanent acknowledgement of death. And somewhere in the uncharted depths of the mangroves, in channels that shifted with each tide, in root tangles that had never known human eyes, perhaps there remained evidence of crimes that would never be solved, victims who would never be named, secrets that the water would keep until the oceans rose to reclaim the land entirely. The monster of the mangroves had claimed his victims. But the survivors claimed something too, the right to remember on their own terms, to transform suffering into activism, to ensure that the 41 names on black granite represented not just ending, but the determination that such ending would mean something beyond one man's satisfaction. They'd survived the monster. Now they had to survive the aftermath, and that was its own kind of horror, quieter, longer lasting, but ultimately less powerful than the human capacity to endure, to rebuild, to insist on meaning in the face of meaninglessness. The sun set, the mangroves darkened, the memorial stood vigil, and somewhere in the city, a young woman walked home alone, keys gripped between her fingers, phone in hand, eyes scanning every shadow, changed by a history she hadn't lived through but inherited nonetheless. This too was Roberto's legacy. A generation that walked differently, watched more carefully, trusted less easily. But they walked nonetheless. They lived. They refused to let fear become paralysis. And in that refusal, in that continued defiant existence, they denied Roberto the ultimate victory he'd sought, the power to transform the living world into a reflection of his emptiness. The story ended. Life continued. The water remembered everything and nothing, keeping its secrets as it always had, as it always would, indifferent to human sorrow, eternal and cold and utterly without judgment. If you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to leave a comment. I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your part of the world. And if you haven't already, make sure to like this video and subscribe so you never miss the next true crime story to help you unwind. Now, let's get into our final story. Story 4. The Kursk Salty Chica. Some aristocrats collected rare paintings. Daria Saltykova collected screams, and she was meticulous about her collection. Behind the marble walls of her estate, servants didn't resign. They vanished, and their ghosts still whisper through the archives of Russia's darkest shame. We hunt monsters through history's shadows, but what happens when the monster wears silk and pearls? When evil curtsies at royal balls? Tonight, we descend into the blood-soaked floors of an 18th century Russian manor where a noblewoman didn't just break the law, she shattered every boundary of human cruelty. They called her Salty Chica. The servants who survived called her something else. Death in a ball gown. This is the story of Daria Nikolaevna Saltykova, a woman who tortured over 100 souls to death, and the empire that looked away until the screaming became too loud to ignore. Daria Nikolaevna Saltykova was born in 1730 into the glittering aristocracy of Imperial Russia, a world where your bloodline determined whether you lived like a god or died like an animal. The Ivanov family, her birth name, moved through St. Petersburg society with the confidence of those who had never questioned their right to exist above others. Daria's childhood unfolded in gilded rooms where servants were as invisible as air, where a young noblewoman learned that certain people were simply property with pulses. Her education was typical for a woman of her station. Enough French to flirt at court, enough religious instruction to genuflect convincingly, and an absolute understanding that her value resided in her womb and her family connections. Beauty was her currency, and she possessed it in abundance. Porcelain skin, sharp cheekbones, eyes that could freeze or seduce depending on her mood. Men noticed. More importantly, men with power noticed. At 17, she married Gleb Alexeyevich Saltykov, a cavalry officer whose family name opened doors even her own prestigious lineage couldn't. The marriage was strategic, as all noble marriages were, but it provided something beyond social elevation. It gave Daria access to vast estates worked by hundreds of serfs. These weren't employees who could quit. These were human beings legally bound to the land, to the family, with no rights the law would recognize. They were hers to command, to punish, to dispose of. For 11 years, the marriage functioned. Gleb gave her 2 sons, securing the family line. He spent months away with his military duties, leaving Daria to manage the estates. First their holdings near Moscow, then the sprawling manor in Troitskoy, 30 kilometers from the capital. She learned the mechanisms of absolute power, how orders traveled down chains of command, how fear kept workers productive, how easily a person could disappear in the vastness of rural Russia where roads turned to mud and memories were short. Then, in 1756, Gleb died. The cause remains debated: illness, injury, the general hazards of 18th century existence. But his death transformed Daria overnight from a wife under nominal male supervision into a widow with unchecked authority. She was 26 years old, beautiful, wealthy, and suddenly answerable to no one. The law gave her complete control over 600 serfs across multiple estates. 600 lives she could shape or shatter according to her whims. For some widows, this would have meant quiet estate management, perhaps remarriage, certainly the measured responsibilities of maintaining family wealth. For Daria Saltykova, it meant something else entirely. Freedom from oversight became freedom to explore the darkest chambers of her own psychology. Without a husband to question her methods or moderate her impulses, something that had perhaps always lurked beneath her porcelain beauty began to surface, stretch, and show its teeth. The transformation didn't announce itself with trumpets. It crept forward in small escalations, each one testing the boundaries of what she could do without consequence. A servant punished too harshly for a minor infraction. Another beaten for imagined disrespect. The gradual realization that nobility insulated her from accountability, that serfs had no legal recourse, that she could push further and further into cruelty without anyone stopping her. Her estates became laboratories of suffering. The servants who worked there began to understand they had entered something worse than servitude. They had entered her private hell, custom-built and meticulously maintained. The manor house in Troitskoy, with its elegant facade and manicured grounds, concealed rooms where screams echoed off stone walls, where implements of torture waited in careful arrangement, where blood-stained floors that were scrubbed clean each morning so visiting nobility would see only refinement. Daria developed preferences. Her rage focused overwhelmingly on women, young serf girls and women whose beauty or spirit or simple existence seemed to trigger something volcanic in her psyche. Theories would later attempt to explain this targeting. Sexual jealousy, perhaps, as a still attractive widow competing with younger women for male attention. Psychological projection, displacing her own frustrations with gender limitations onto those even more powerless. Or maybe something more primal and less explicable. Pure sadism finding its easiest prey in those least able to defend themselves. Her methods revealed careful planning, not impulsive violence. She kept servants working near boiling water specifically so she could accidentally scald them for minor mistakes. A tea served lukewarm, a shirt insufficiently pressed. But these weren't accidents. They were theater. She would hover nearby as a terrified girl tried to complete impossible tasks under impossible conditions, then unleash fury when perfection proved unattainable. The scalding water wasn't punishment for failure. Failure was the excuse for the scalding water she'd wanted to inflict all along. She discovered that certain implements produced more satisfying screams than others. Logs became her favorite, heavy, solid, delivering maximum pain without requiring much skill to wield. She would beat women for hours, methodically, while other servants were forced to watch and learn what disobedience meant. The beatings often took place in front of audiences, other serfs summoned to witness and understand their own vulnerability. This wasn't discipline maintaining an estate. This was psychological warfare maintaining an empire of terror. Winter in Russia brought new opportunities for cruelty. When servants displeased her, and they always displeased her eventually, she would order them stripped and driven outside into sub-zero temperatures. Naked flesh and Russian winter created predictable results: frostbite, hypothermia, death. But the dying took hours, sometimes days, and Daria would check on her victims periodically, observing the progression of their suffering with what witnesses later described as scientific interest. Some she bound to posts in the freezing air, letting the cold do its work slowly. Others she forced to kneel in snow, hold impossible positions while the temperature destroyed their extremities, then their core functions. She weaponized the climate itself, turning Russia's legendary winters into accomplices in murder. When bodies were discovered frozen solid, she would shrug off responsibility. The serf was lazy, refused to work, suffered natural consequences of their own inadequacy. Who could prove otherwise? Her estate managers and overseers became complicit, either through fear or through their own sadistic impulses finding permission in her example. They would bring her reports of servant failures, knowing these reports were really requests: permission to escalate, permission to harm, permission to kill. She granted that permission freely, enthusiastically. The hierarchy of violence she established meant even those who didn't share her bloodlust had to participate or risk becoming victims themselves. The household existed in constant terror. Servants never knew which Daria would emerge each day: the coldly formal noblewoman who received guests with practiced grace, or the shrieking fury who would grab the nearest implement and begin beating someone for breathing too loudly. This unpredictability was itself a weapon, keeping everyone off balance, hyper-vigilant, exhausted from constant fear. They couldn't prepare or protect themselves because there was no logic to when violence would erupt, only certainty that it would. Young women learned to make themselves invisible, unremarkable, hoping to avoid her notice. But invisibility was impossible in a household where she knew every face, every name, where her attention could land anywhere at any moment. Beauty marked you for jealous rage. Youth marked you for resentful violence. Even plainness offered no protection. She would find reasons, manufacture offenses, create justifications for whatever cruelty her mood demanded. The estate became a trap. Serfs couldn't leave. The law chained them to the land. They couldn't fight back. Touching a noble meant execution. They couldn't appeal to authorities. What authority cared about serf suffering? They could only endure, pray, and hope they wouldn't be next. But there was always a next. Always another victim selected. Another body broken. Another life snuffed out to satisfy appetites that seemed to grow hungrier with each feeding. Daria's own children grew up in this environment, watching their mother's violence as casually as other children watched their mothers embroider. What lessons were they learning? That some people were disposable? That cruelty was a noblewoman's prerogative? That screams from the servant quarters were as unremarkable as dogs barking? The normalization of horror was perhaps her most insidious crime. Not just the murders themselves, but the corruption of everyone around her, the spreading infection of her worldview. By 1760, 4 years into her widowhood, Daria Saltykova had perfected her craft. The estate at Troitskoye operated with the efficiency of a well-run prison camp, except the inmates had committed no crimes beyond being born into serfdom. She had systematized her cruelty, developed routines and rituals that transformed random violence into something more sinister, organized, deliberate, and ultimately more devastating to those trapped within her reach. Morning would begin with inspection. Servants lined up while Daria walked the rows, examining cleanliness, posture, and expression. This wasn't checking work quality. It was a psychological gauntlet where any detail could trigger catastrophe. A spot on an apron, hair imperfectly arranged, eyes that met hers too boldly or avoided hers too obviously. She would stop in front of a trembling girl, let the silence stretch into agony, then either dismiss her with cold indifference or explode into violence. The arbitrariness was the point, keeping everyone terrorized by the impossibility of pleasing her. Her bathroom became particularly infamous, a chamber where cleanliness rituals transformed into torture sessions. Young women assigned to heat her water, prepare her bath, and attend her grooming understood these duties as potential death sentences. The water temperature had to be precisely right. Too cold meant accusations of disrespect. Too hot meant accusations of attempted harm. But precisely right was whatever temperature Daria decided that particular day, creating an impossible standard that justified whatever punishment she'd already decided to inflict. Girls would test the water frantically, hands scalded from repeated checking, knowing that no amount of care guaranteed safety. When Daria deemed the temperature wrong, and she frequently did, she would grab the servant's hair and force her head underwater, holding it there while the girl thrashed and drowned by inches. Sometimes she released them before death, letting them collapse gasping and vomiting water. Other times she held them under until the thrashing stopped, until lungs flooded and life drained away, until another body needed disposal and another servant needed training. She developed a particular technique with hair. Her own obsession with hairstyling became an instrument of torture. Servant girls with long hair were especially vulnerable. Daria would summon them to style her elaborate coiffures, then find fault with the results. The punishment was always the same. She would grab handfuls of the girl's hair and tear it out by the roots, leaving bloody patches of exposed scalp. The pain was excruciating, but the humiliation and permanent disfigurement added layers of psychological trauma to the physical agony. Some girls she scalped entirely, ripping away hair until they were bloodied and bald, their screams echoing through corridors while other servants pretended not to hear. These victims would be sent back to work, their mutilated heads serving as warnings to others. Look what happens when you displease her. Look what she can do to you. Look and remember your place. Her cruelty extended beyond individual punishments to elaborate tortures that revealed careful thought and planning. She would tie women up in positions designed to maximize suffering. Arms wrenched behind backs until shoulders dislocated, legs spread and bound so muscles tore, bodies suspended so weight created its own agony. Then she would leave them like that for days, checking periodically to ensure they remained conscious enough to feel everything. Starvation became another weapon. Servants who offended her would be locked in cellars or closets, given no food, minimal water, left to waste away slowly. She would visit them occasionally, observing their deterioration with detached interest. Some she released when they were skeletal and broken. Others she left until death arrived as a mercy. Either way, she achieved her goal. terrorizing her household through visible demonstrations of her absolute power over life and death. The estate's isolation worked in her favor. Troitskoy sat far enough from Moscow that screams didn't reach neighbors, that bodies could be buried in unmarked graves without investigation, that horror could unfold unobserved by anyone with authority to intervene. The rural location created a pocket universe where normal rules evaporated, where Daria's word was law and her violence was governance. Local clergy occasionally visited to conduct services, but they saw only what she wanted them to see: the pious noblewoman supporting her church, the elegant lady managing her estates, the refined widow maintaining her late husband's legacy. Any servant who might have spoken truth to these visiting priests knew that confession would mean death, that there was no protection in religious authority when that authority relied on noble patronage. The priests collected their fees, blessed the household, and departed, leaving the damned to their damnation. Estate managers who showed hesitation about her methods didn't last long. She wanted enablers, not moderators, men who would carry out her orders without question, who would deliver victims on demand, who would help conceal the growing body count. Some she found were naturally cruel and welcomed the opportunity to indulge their own sadism under her protection. Others were morally neutral, willing to commit atrocities for job security and avoiding becoming victims themselves. One manager named Ilya became particularly useful to her. He would scout for new victims, identify servants who showed spirit that needed breaking or beauty that needed destroying. He established the logistics of disposal, where to dig graves, how to explain disappearances, what lies to tell inquiring relatives. He essentially became her operations manager, the logistics coordinator for ongoing massacre. But even Ilya found certain things difficult to witness. Years later, when authorities finally investigated, he would testify about incidents that haunted him despite his complicity. Like the young serf girl who reminded Daria of someone she hated, perhaps a rival, perhaps a memory, perhaps nothing rational at all. Daria ordered the girl stripped, beaten until her back was shredded meat, then forced to work in the fields in that condition. The girl lasted 3 days before infection killed her. Daria attended the funeral with appropriate solemnity, a gracious mistress mourning the loss of a servant to tragic illness. The murders accelerated. What began as occasional explosions of rage became routine, systematized, almost bureaucratic in their frequency. 2 or 3 servants would die per month, their bodies buried hastily, their names erased from estate records, their existence wiped away as if they had never been born. Families sometimes inquired. Daria would claim the servant had run away, or died of natural causes, or been transferred to another estate. Most families had no resources to investigate further. Most families were serfs themselves, powerless to demand accountability from nobility. Her violence became more creative, more experimental, as if she was constantly searching for new ways to inflict suffering. She burned women with fireplace pokers heated until they glowed red. She broke fingers individually with hammers, taking her time, methodical. She would cut hair so short it ripped out follicles, leaving scars that prevented regrowth. She orchestrated public humiliations where servants were stripped naked and paraded before others, their dignity annihilated before their lives were. The psychological torture sometimes exceeded the physical. She would tell a young woman she was being sent away to another estate, which could mean freedom from Troitskoy's hell, then have the girl prepared for travel, packed, hopeful. At the last moment, she would cancel the transfer, laughing at the devastation in the servant's eyes as hope died. That girl would usually end up dead within days anyway, but Daria seemed to relish first giving the glimpse of escape before snatching it away. Other times, she would force servants to participate in tormenting each other. Hold this woman down while I beat her. Pour this boiling water on your friend. Choose which of you 2 dies today or I'll kill you both. These commands fractured the solidarity that might have given victims strength, turned them against each other, created guilt and complicity that isolated everyone further. The household became a machine designed to produce suffering. Every room held memories of violence. Every corridor echoed with ghost screams. Servants moved through their days in a fugue state, dissociated from their own trauma because staying present meant madness. They became experts at disappearing mentally while their bodies continued working, while their hands scrubbed blood from floors, while their eyes witnessed horrors they couldn't process without shattering entirely. Daria, meanwhile, seemed to thrive. Witnesses described her as energized after beating someone, as if violence recharged her. She would emerge from a torture session flushed and satisfied, in better spirits than at any other time. The suffering of others was her narcotic, her addiction, her reason for existing. Everything else, managing the estate, maintaining social connections, raising her sons, seemed secondary to this central purpose of inflicting pain. By 1762, the body count had exceeded 100. 100 human beings murdered by her hands or on her orders. 100 lives reduced to unmarked graves in the estate grounds. 100 families that would never know what happened to their daughters, mothers, sisters. 100 victims whose names history would mostly forget, remembered only as numbers in a ledger of atrocity. The estate grounds themselves became a vast cemetery. Bodies buried in the gardens, in the fields, in the forests that bordered the property. Later investigations would find bones scattered across the landscape, skeletal remains of those who had once served the Saltykova household and paid for that service with their lives. The earth itself was saturated with evidence, but for years no one was looking, no one was counting, no one cared enough about dead serfs to investigate. Imperial Russia in 1762 was undergoing seismic changes. Catherine II, known to history as Catherine the Great, had just seized power through a coup against her own husband. The new empress was ambitious, intelligent, and determined to present herself as an enlightened monarch in the European tradition. She read Voltaire, corresponded with philosophers, spoke eloquently about reason and justice and the advancement of civilization. The reality of Russian serfdom, millions of people held as property, created a philosophical problem for her carefully cultivated image. Catherine couldn't abolish serfdom. The nobility would never allow it, and her throne depended on noble support. But she could make symbolic gestures toward justice, particularly in cases so egregious they offended even the casual cruelty of aristocratic Russia. She needed opportunities to demonstrate that even nobles answered to law, that her reign represented order and reason, not barbaric excess. She needed a monster she could publicly slay to prove she was different from the tyrants who came before. Daria Saltykova would become that monster, but first, her victims needed to reach the empress. This required a combination of desperation, courage, and strategic timing that seemed almost impossible given the systemic barriers protecting noble privilege. Serfs had no legal standing, no right to accuse nobles, no mechanism to seek justice against their owners. The system was designed specifically to prevent exactly what would need to happen for Daria to face consequences. The breakthrough came from three sources simultaneously, a convergence of testimony that finally broke through the walls of indifference. First, a group of serfs from Daria's estate managed to get a petition to lower-level officials in Moscow. These officials normally dismissed such complaints automatically. Peasants complaining about nobles was background noise in the administrative machinery, but something about this petition's details, its specificity about numbers and methods, gave them pause. Second, a widow named Yermolova approached authorities after her husband's death on Saltykova's estate. The official explanation was accident, but Yermolova had seen her husband's body, had seen marks inconsistent with any accident, had heard whispers from other servants about what really happened. She was slightly less vulnerable than serfs. Her husband had been a paid worker, not property, and she pushed her complaint with the intensity of genuine grief seeking truth. Third, and perhaps most crucially, rumors had finally percolated up through society to reach people who mattered. Other nobles had heard stories about Saltykova's household. Visitors to the estate had noticed unusually terrified servants, unexplained bruises, the smell of fear that permeated everything. Some nobles were disturbed, others were intrigued. Either way, talk had begun at a level where Catherine's government couldn't completely ignore it. The initial investigation was half-hearted. Inspectors visited Troitskoy in late 1762, but they gave Daria advance notice, allowing her to orchestrate what they would see and whom they would interview. Servants knew that truthful testimony meant death, so they lied convincingly. Yes, their mistress was strict but fair. No, they had never witnessed excessive punishment. Those who had died? Natural causes. accidents, the ordinary mortality of surf life. The inspectors wrote a report clearing Saltykova of wrongdoing and considered the matter closed. But Yermolova wouldn't let it close. She continued pushing her complaint, finding sympathetic ears among officials tired of noble impunity. She connected with the earlier petitioners, helped them navigate bureaucracy, taught them how to make their voices heard in a system designed to silence them. Together, they created enough noise that Catherine herself became aware of the accusations. The Empress, always alert to opportunities to demonstrate enlightened rule, ordered a more thorough investigation. This second investigation, beginning in early 1764, operated differently. Inspectors arrived unannounced. They interviewed servants separately, promising protection from retaliation. They examined estate records, looking for disappearances and deaths that records tried to conceal. They dug in the grounds, finding bodies. They compiled testimony from former servants who had escaped or been transferred away and could speak without immediate danger. The picture that emerged was horrifying even by 18th century standards. Witnesses described beatings, burnings, drownings, freezings, a catalog of torture and murder spanning years. They named victims, described specific incidents, provided details that investigators could verify against other testimony. The consistency across multiple witnesses, despite obvious terror at testifying against nobility, made dismissal impossible. Ilya, Darya's estate manager, eventually turned witness for the prosecution. Whether motivated by conscience, fear, or calculation about saving himself, he provided insider testimony about the systematic nature of the violence, about Darya's personal participation in torture, about the body count he had helped conceal. His testimony was devastating because it came from complicity. He admitted his own role while detailing hers, making his account more credible than if he'd claimed innocent observation. Records showed approximately 138 deaths over the 6 years of Darya's widowhood, though investigators suspected the true number was higher. Many victims had been erased from records entirely, buried in unmarked graves, their existence denied by everyone who might have documented them. The 138 were merely those whose deaths left enough evidence to prove they had once lived. As evidence accumulated, Catherine faced a delicate political situation. Darya Saltykova was nobility, protected by class solidarity and legal traditions that made noble immunity nearly absolute. Prosecuting her would set precedents the aristocracy would resist. But the evidence was overwhelming, the cruelty so extreme, and Catherine's need to demonstrate enlightened justice so pressing that the Empress pushed forward. The decision to prosecute was announced in 1764, and Russian society reacted with shock. Not shock at Darya's crimes, casual cruelty toward serfs was common, but shock that a noblewoman would face trial at all. This was unprecedented. Nobles might be exiled, stripped of rank in private proceedings but public criminal prosecution. Impossible. Except Catherine was making it possible. Darya initially responded with indignant denial. She was nobility. These serfs were liars motivated by laziness and spite. How dare the government credit peasant testimony over her word? She expected support from her social class, expected other nobles to rally around her as one of their own under attack from inferior people. Some did support her, but many others were quietly relieved. She had been excessive even by their standards, and her prosecution could be framed as addressing an outlier rather than indicting the system itself. The trial preparations took months. Investigators interviewed hundreds of witnesses, compiled volumes of testimony, exhumed bodies, documented injuries. The evidence was so extensive that even Darya's lawyers struggled to construct a defense. They settled on arguing that the deaths were accidents, that serfs were inherently unreliable witnesses, that a noblewoman couldn't possibly be guilty of the crimes described because such behavior was unthinkable from someone of her station. Darya herself seemed genuinely baffled by the proceedings. In her worldview, serfs existed for her convenience, and how she treated her property was her business. The idea that she owed them anything, basic decency, human rights, the simple right to not be tortured to death, seemed incomprehensible to her. She wasn't evil in her own mind. She was a noblewoman exercising her prerogatives. Everyone else was simply confused about how the world worked. The formal trial began in 1768, 4 years after the investigation started. The delay reflected both the complexity of the case and the political sensitivity of prosecuting nobility. Catherine wanted the prosecution to succeed, but also wanted it handled carefully, establishing precedent without triggering aristocratic rebellion. The trial therefore moved at a pace designed to build overwhelming consensus that conviction was necessary. The proceedings were held at the College of Justice in Moscow, with special permissions from Catherine herself. Daria attended in fine clothing, maintaining her aristocratic bearing, refusing to show contrition or even acknowledge wrongdoing. She sat through testimony describing her victims suffering with apparent indifference, occasionally objecting that witnesses were lying or misremembering, never expressing remorse. Witness after witness described her cruelty in detail. Former servants who had survived testified about specific torture sessions, naming other victims who hadn't survived, describing the climate of terror that permeated the estate. Medical experts examined exhumed remains, identifying injuries consistent with the violence described. Estate records, despite obvious alterations, still showed suspicious patterns of deaths among young female servants. Ilya's testimony proved especially damaging because it came from inside the conspiracy. He described helping Daria conceal crimes, identified burial locations, explained how the estate's administrative structure enabled her violence. His willingness to implicate himself lent credibility to his accusations against her. Why would he lie in ways that made himself look complicit unless telling truth? The prosecution built its case methodically. Daria Saltykova had murdered approximately 147 people. The number grew as more evidence emerged. She had done so through torture, beatings, burnings, drownings, freezings, inflicted personally or through subordinates acting on her orders. She had shown no mercy, no remorse, no recognition that her victims were human beings deserving of basic consideration. She had operated a private murder factory disguised as an estate, and only imperial intervention had stopped her. Daria's defense was thin. Her lawyers argued that serfs exaggerated, that some deaths were natural, that a noblewoman couldn't be held to standards designed for commoners. They painted her as a strict but fair mistress whose servants were ungrateful and rebellious. They suggested that Catherine's government was scapegoating Daria to distract from larger problems with serfdom itself. This last argument was perhaps too clever. It implied criticism of the empress, and no one wanted to seem to be criticizing Catherine. The defense quickly backed away from that line of reasoning and retreated to simpler denials. These specific incidents didn't happen, these witnesses were lying, these deaths were coincidental. But the evidence was overwhelming, and the denials rang hollow. The verdict, when it came in March 1768, surprised no one who had followed the evidence but shocked Russian society nonetheless. Guilty. Daria Saltykova, noblewoman and widow, was convicted of murder. She was guilty of torturing and killing her serfs, of abusing her power, of crimes so heinous that even her noble status couldn't shield her from consequences. Sentencing a convicted noblewoman presented unique challenges. Execution was off the table. Catherine opposed capital punishment in principle and didn't want to establish precedent for executing nobility. But the crimes demanded punishment severe enough to satisfy public outrage and demonstrate that justice applied even to the privileged. The sentence needed to be harsh, humiliating, and permanent. The court delivered a punishment designed specifically for Daria Saltykova's crimes and status. She would be stripped of her noble title, all her property would be confiscated, and she would be imprisoned for life. But not just any imprisonment. She would begin her sentence standing in chains for 1 hour in Moscow, exposed to public view and contempt, a public humiliation unprecedented for someone of her former rank. Then she would be transferred to a convent prison where she would spend the rest of her life in solitary confinement. The public humiliation occurred in March 1768, shortly after sentencing. Daria was brought to a wooden platform in Moscow's Kanaya Square, chained to a post, and displayed while an executioner read aloud her crimes and sentence. A sign hung around her neck identified her as Salty Chica, torturer and murderer. For 1 hour, she stood there while crowds gathered to stare at the monster who had terrorized her serfs, the noblewoman brought low by her own cruelty. Contemporary accounts describe her reaction as defiant. She didn't weep or beg forgiveness. She stood rigid, maintaining dignity despite degradation. Some interpreted this as admirable strength. Others saw unrepentant evil refusing to acknowledge wrongdoing. Either way, she endured the hour without breaking, then was removed from the platform and transported to her permanent prison. The Ivanovsky convent in Moscow became her home for the next 3 decades. The convent maintained a special underground prison for high-profile female prisoners, a place where women who couldn't be executed but needed to disappear could be warehoused until death. Daria's cell was approximately 6 feet by 8 feet, dark except for light that filtered through a small window, furnished with a bed, a table, a chair, and nothing else. Solitary confinement for life is torture in itself, and the conditions were deliberately harsh. No human contact except the guard who delivered food and water. No books, no writing materials, no activities to occupy her mind. Just endless hours in a tiny cell with her thoughts and memories and whatever remained of her conscience. The isolation was designed to break her, to extract through loneliness and deprivation the remorse that trial and sentencing had failed to produce. Years passed. Daria aged in her cell, her famous beauty fading into gauntness, her health deteriorating in the damp darkness. Guards reported that she paced constantly, talking to herself, sometimes screaming at invisible tormentors. Whether this was madness, grief, or simply the effects of decades in solitary, no one knew. She rarely spoke to guards, and when she did, she never expressed remorse for her victims. Only rage at her imprisonment, only insistence that she had been wronged. Occasionally, visitors were permitted, mostly church officials attempting to bring her to repentance before death. These sessions apparently went nowhere. Daria would listen to sermons about forgiveness and mercy and divine judgment, then dismiss her visitors without any indication their words had penetrated her self-constructed fortress of justified cruelty. She died unrepentant, or at least without public acknowledgement of guilt. Outside her cell, Russian society was changing. Catherine's reign continued transforming the empire, introducing reforms and cultural developments that made the 1760s feel increasingly distant. Serfdom continued unchanged. Daria's prosecution hadn't addressed the system that enabled her crimes, only punished her excessive exploitation of that system. Millions of Russians remained as property, subject to noble whims, vulnerable to cruelty that simply stayed below the threshold that would trigger investigation. Some nobles took Daria's conviction as a warning. Be cruel if you must, but be careful, be subtle, keep your body counts low enough to avoid notice. Others saw it as an aberration, a unique case that changed nothing about their relationship with serfs. The lesson many took wasn't stop abusing people, but don't get caught doing it quite so egregiously. The structural problem remained unaddressed, and thousands of small-scale Saltykovas continued operating across the empire. But Daria Saltykova's case did establish precedent that resonated through Russian legal history. For the first time, nobility wasn't absolutely protected from prosecution for crimes against serfs. The conviction was narrow. Only the most extreme cases would ever trigger similar proceedings, but the possibility now existed. Future nobles who thought themselves untouchable could be reminded. Remember Saltychika. Even privilege has limits. Her victims' families received no compensation, no official apology, no acknowledgement beyond their loved ones' suffering being used as evidence in someone else's prosecution. The trial was about holding Daria accountable and demonstrating Catherine's justice, not about providing remedy to those harmed. The victims remained footnotes in a story about their killer, their names mostly forgotten while hers became infamous. The Saltykova case became part of Russian folklore, a cautionary tale about aristocratic excess and eventual justice. Parents would reference Saltychika when warning children about cruelty. See what happens when evil goes unchecked? See where pride and power without conscience leads. The story simplified into legend. Beautiful noblewoman becomes monster, crimes exposed, justice served. The complexity, systemic enablement, widespread complicity, limited impact on actual conditions, faded into the background of the more satisfying narrative arc. Daria Saltykova died in 1801, 33 years after her conviction, after spending more time in prison than free. She was 71 years old, her life's final third spent in a cell measuring 6 feet by 8 feet. No grand deathbed confession, no final redemption, just an old woman dying alone in darkness, her body removed and buried in an unmarked grave, her name remembered only for the horror she had inflicted decades earlier. In the years after her death, historians attempted to understand what had created such a monster. The explanations varied: mental illness, sexual frustration, sadism, the corrupting influence of absolute power, the dehumanizing effects of serfdom on both enslaved and enslaver. All these factors likely contributed, creating a perfect storm of psychology and circumstance that transformed a beautiful young noblewoman into one of history's most notorious female serial killers. The question that haunts anyone studying her case is how many others like her existed, operating with similar cruelty but better concealment? How many noble households across Russia operated private torture chambers that never came to official attention? How many serfs died from accidents or natural causes that were actually murder? The system that enabled Daria enabled countless others, and most remained invisible, their crimes buried with their victims in unmarked graves scattered across the vast Russian countryside. Modern researchers examining archival records occasionally discover hints of similar cases. Unexplained clusters of deaths on certain estates, petitions from serfs that went nowhere, whispered accounts in letters and diaries. But documentation is sparse, deliberately destroyed, or simply never created. The powerful write history, and they rarely document their own atrocities with the thoroughness that would satisfy later investigators seeking truth. Daria Saltykova's legacy extends beyond her individual crimes to what she represents about power's capacity to corrupt absolutely. She wasn't born a monster. Nothing in her early life predicted the horror she would become. She was raised in privilege, yes, taught that certain people mattered less, certainly, but so were thousands of other noblewomen who never tortured anyone to death. Something in her particular psychology, combined with the absolute power her society granted her, created something uniquely terrible. Psychologists studying her case centuries later would recognize patterns familiar from modern understanding of serial killers. The escalation from lesser to greater violence, the development of preferred methods and victim types, the apparent emotional satisfaction derived from inflicting suffering. She displayed characteristics now associated with severe sadism and antisocial personality disorder: lack of empathy, inability to recognize others' humanity, pleasure in others' pain. But diagnosis from across centuries is speculative. What's certain is the harm she caused. At least 147 people definitively murdered, likely dozens more whose deaths left insufficient evidence for historical confirmation. Each victim was a person with hopes and fears, family and friends, a life they deserved to live. Each death represented incalculable grief for those left behind, wondering what happened, receiving lies about accidents or illnesses or disappearances. The families who lost daughters, mothers, sisters to Saltykova's estate often never learned the truth. They received bodies for burial if they were lucky, excuses and misdirection if they weren't. The peasant family structure absorbed these losses because it had to. Grief was a luxury when survival demanded focusing on those still living. But the pain was real, the absence permanent, the injustice corrosive to any faith in benevolent authority. Some victims' descendants carried family stories forward through generations. Great-great-grandmother disappeared working for the Saltykova estate, never seen again, presumed dead but nobody knew how. These oral histories preserved memory when official records didn't, keeping alive the human cost of Daria's crimes even as larger historical narratives focused on her trial and punishment rather than those she destroyed. The Ivanovsky convent, where Daria spent her final decades, still stands in Moscow. The underground prison cells are now tourist attractions, with visitors able to peer into the darkness where she paced and raged and eventually died. There's something grimly appropriate about this. The woman who turned her estate into a museum of horrors for her trapped servants becoming herself a museum piece for curious visitors to examine safely from the other side of bars. Tour guides tell her story, usually in simplified form. Cruel noblewoman tortured serfs, got caught, died in prison. The full complexity. The system that enabled her, the complicity of those around her, the limited impact of her conviction on broader social conditions. takes longer to explain, and is less satisfying as narrative. But the simplified version serves its purpose, marking the location as a site where evil resided and justice, however imperfect, eventually arrived. Catherine the Great's reign continued for decades after Saltykova's conviction, and the Empress occasionally referenced the case as evidence of her commitment to justice and reason. But she never abolished serfdom, never fundamentally challenged the power dynamics that had enabled Daria's crimes. The prosecution was real, the punishment severe, but the system remained unchanged. Nobles continued owning people. Those people remained vulnerable to abuse. Only the most extreme cases ever faced consequences. Russian serfdom wouldn't end until 1861, nearly a century after Saltykova's trial, when Alexander II emancipated serfs more from economic and political calculation than moral conviction. By then, millions more lives had been spent in bondage, millions more opportunities for abuse had existed, countless more victims had suffered under masters who learned to be careful rather than kind. Daria Saltykova was an outlier only in her brazenness and her prosecution, not in her cruelty. The question of why she did it, why someone would find pleasure in torture, why sadism became her defining characteristic, has no satisfactory answer. Evil at this scale often resists simple explanation. Was it power revealing her true nature? Mental illness manifesting through available means? Sexual frustration redirected into violence? The dehumanizing effects of a system that taught her certain people weren't fully human? Probably all of these, and elements we can't identify from historical distance. What we can say with certainty is that she chose her actions. Others with similar power and similar privilege didn't make the same choices. The system enabled her, but she drove her own cruelty. She could have been merely indifferent to serf suffering. Instead, she was an architect of it. She could have delegated punishment to overseers. Instead, she participated personally, enthusiastically. At every decision point, she chose escalation, chose violence, chose murder. Her victims' names, most of them, are lost to history. The records preserved her name, Daria Nikolaevna Saltykova, Saltychika, the monster of Troitskoy, while theirs disappeared into statistical tallies. This asymmetry is itself a form of injustice, the murdered remembered only as numbers while the murderer achieves a kind of immortality through infamy. But perhaps that's appropriate. Let her name carry forward as a warning, a reminder of what unchecked power and moral vacancy can produce. Modern Russia occasionally revisits her story, producing documentaries and articles examining her crimes through contemporary perspectives. Feminist scholars note her targeting of women, analyzing how internalized misogyny in a patriarchal system might have fueled her violence against those even more powerless than herself. Historians of serfdom use her case to illustrate the system's capacity for abuse. Psychologists study her as an example of sadistic personality disorder manifesting in historical context. Each generation finds new relevance in her story because the underlying themes remain current. Power corrupts, systemic injustice enables individual evil, accountability matters, silence protects perpetrators. The specifics change. We no longer have legal serfdom, though modern slavery persists in other forms, but the patterns recur. There are always Saltykovas somewhere, people whose psychology and circumstance combine to produce horror, and there are always systems that enable them until public outcry forces action. The estate at Troitskoy, where so much suffering occurred, changed hands after Daria's property was confiscated. Subsequent owners knew its history but couldn't escape it. The grounds held too many bodies, too many memories, too much accumulated horror. Over time, the manor fell into disrepair, the elegant rooms where Daria had tortured and killed deteriorating into ruins. Nature reclaimed what nobility had corrupted, vines growing through windows, roofs collapsing, walls crumbling back into the earth that held her victims' bones. Urban legends grew around the ruins. Ghost stories about screaming heard on quiet nights, apparitions of tortured women appearing to travelers, curses afflicting anyone who disturbed the site. These stories are probably fiction, the human need to impose supernatural explanation on natural evil. But they serve a purpose, keeping memory alive, marking the location as haunted by history even if not by literal ghosts, ensuring that what happened there isn't forgotten or minimized into comfortable distance. In the final accounting, Daria Saltykova murdered at least 147 people, possibly 200 or more. She did this over approximately 6 years, meaning she averaged 2 to 3 murders per month for her entire widowhood. This wasn't sporadic violence or occasional excess. It was consistent, sustained, organized murder operating under the cover of legal authority and social privilege. She was a serial killer on a scale that would shock even in modern times, and she operated largely unchallenged for years. Her conviction and imprisonment represented a partial victory for justice. Partial because she lived decades after her crimes, partial because the system that enabled her continued unchanged, partial because her victims received no real remedy and their families no real compensation. But partial victories matter. The precedent established, the message sent, the acknowledgement that some actions were unconscionable even in a society built on unconscionable foundations, these things had value. The last documented fact about Daria Saltykova is her death in 1801. She died alone in her cell, 71 years old, her body handled by convent workers who presumably felt no grief at her passing. She was buried somewhere on the convent grounds, the location unrecorded or unmarked, her remains given less ceremony than those of the servants she had murdered decades earlier. In death, as in imprisonment, she disappeared into darkness, remembered only for the evil she had done. Her name a synonym for cruelty that persists in Russian consciousness to this day, and that, perhaps, is the closest thing to justice her victims can receive from history. That she is remembered as a monster, that her crimes are documented and studied, that her name carries warning forward through centuries. The dead can't be resurrected, their suffering can't be undone, but they can be remembered not just as statistics but as people. People who deserved better, who died horribly, who matter enough that their story still gets told. Daria Saltykova, Saltychika, the Kursk monster. She represents the darkest possibilities of human nature combined with unchecked power. She is a warning from history about what happens when systems give certain people absolute authority over others, when cruelty faces no accountability, when evil is enabled by law and protected by privilege. Her story is uncomfortable, disturbing, difficult to process. But it's true, it's documented, and it's important. Because somewhere, always, there are people with too much power and too little conscience. Somewhere, always, there are victims without voice or recourse. Somewhere, always, there are systems that enable horror while looking away. And until we confront these realities honestly, until we build structures that prevent rather than enable abuse, until we value all human lives equally regardless of birth or status, the lessons of Saltykova's crimes remain urgently relevant. She died alone in darkness, unrepentant to the end. Her victims died in pain and terror, their lives stolen decades before their natural time. Between these two facts lies a story about evil, justice, power, and the terrible things people do to each other when circumstance and psychology align in the worst possible ways. It's a story that deserves to be told, uncomfortable as it is, because forgetting is the only fate worse than the horror itself. The screams that once echoed through Troitskoi's corridors have long since faded into silence. The blood has been washed away, the bodies turned to bones, turned to dust. But the story remains, preserved in trial records and witness testimony and historical accounts passed down through generations. As long as we remember, as long as we tell the truth about what happened there, Daria Saltykova's victims are not entirely forgotten. Their suffering meant something. Their deaths changed history, if only by making visible the evil that power can conceal. And in the end, that's what justice looks like when it arrives late and incomplete. Not restoration of what was lost, but acknowledgement of what happened, punishment for the guilty, and memory preserved so that future generations understand the cost of looking away from evil until it becomes too enormous to ignore. Saltychika's legacy is horror, but also a reminder: watch for monsters even when they wear silk and pearls, especially when they have power and privilege, because those are the monsters who can do the most harm before anyone stops them. Thank you for watching and being part of this dive into the dark and fascinating stories that keep us all on edge. If you enjoyed the ride, remember to like, subscribe, and share with others who crave a good mystery. Tell us where you're watching from. I love knowing where in the world our true crime family is tuning in. Your presence means a lot. Until next time, stay safe, stay curious, and keep digging into the shadows where truth and mystery meet.